So I had to build the stream out while we were coming back there, and instead Lonzo started dropping the sounds on me. I got carried away. I had to make sure that I was not losing the battle of bites. I was not ready for that one, though. I'm not going to lie. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is Friday. Welcome in. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What's up, world? Good morning to everybody except the Michigan fans, for whom it is just morning in general. Yes.
That's how Michigan people laugh. I don't know if you know any, but that's
funny enough, actually, I don't know if I do. All I know is the Michigan situation just got, and it's going to be fun to talk about today. It just is.
I don't know if it's like, oh, yeah, I guess we did do that.
All right. You know what? Bleep it. Let's just jump in. All right? Hang on.
I was going to say, how did you not? Did you wait? No.
Ladies and gentlemen, on today's episode of CSI Ann Arbor, Jimbo and the Michigan Wolverines have accepted the 3-game suspension. They will not fight it. Never a more appropriate from Lonzo ever. 1 million LA Knight drops. That's the most Lonzo's ever dropped. Wait.
It's very satisfying.
Wait. What if you did that guitar riff, but you put LA Knight's on top of it?
I'm not feeling it.
Brown.
It has, by the way, it has a different cadence. So,
I like it. Jim Harbaugh went to court yesterday along with the rest of his Michigan Wolverines athletic department. And when they got there, they had every intention of sitting down in front of the judge and going, yo, wait. Hold up. 3 games is just ridiculous, Your Honor. We would like to push back, Your Honor. We would like to make sure that the Utes aren't without their head coach going into the 2 most important games of their career. And the judge said, hey, Big Ten. I don't know that this is what happened, but this is my speculation, and I'll tell you why here in just a minute. But the judge said, yo, Big Ten, exactly why are you planning on dropping the 3-game banhammer?
what the heck is a banhammer?
The banhammer is an online video game term, and banhammer is when you're dumb and not awake yet, and you try to say banhammer. That's what happened.
What? Wow.
Yeah. Whoa. So the judge said,
by the way, Bill and Ted.
Oh, I'm aware of who it was.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm one of the greatest movies ever. So the judge said, hey, Big Ten, why are you dropping the banhammer on old Jimbo over here? And the Big Ten, I can only assume, Michigan approaches the judge. The judge looks at the Big Ten and asked, why are you No, I can't do it. It's I'm not there yet. All right. I'm not there yet. I didn't pop the monster yet. I'm not there. Wait for it.
I would think that would be like the opposite. I mean, you need to come down to do that voice rather than.
You got to go, I got to go up to get in character before I drop down. Yeah. So the judge says, what do you have, Big Ten? And I can only assume that the Big Ten rolled out a clipboard and paper just started rolling off of it like the list of 1,000 holds,
Armbar.
And it just rolled off the clipboard, down the aisle between the benches in the courtroom, out the door, down that hallway, out the front door of the court, down the stairs, down the street. And Jimbo and the Wolvies looked at the judge and they were like, we're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, three games sounds very fair.
I'm going home now.
Yeah. 3 games sounds very fair. Good luck to the team. Go get 'em, boys. Rah rah, shish boom bah, maize and blue. There's all this said to me, and again, I'm unlike most radio show hosts, gonna tell you when I'm speculating, and I am speculating here. But you gotta convince me that this wasn't a case where Michigan was really hoping that the Big Ten's evidence was going to be something that they could label at the very least circumstantial, that it was going to be something that they could go to the judge and go, wait a minute, Your Honor. We were just doing the same thing as everybody else. And the Big Ten rolled up in there with their own tablet of truth. And they were like, hey, yeah, no, we got a lot. We got a lot. We got a lot. Dead to rights, Jimbo. Sorry, buddy. And effectively, Harbaugh and Michigan were like, yeah, we're not going to fight this thing because if we fight it and lose, we're going to have to pay for a lot more. And most of this comes to light because here's the thought that I had. By not fighting it in court, it doesn't get dragged further into the public eye via a legal discourse that would likely subject most of the documentation brought in front of the judge by at least the school to FOIA requests and whatnot. Effectively, they didn't want Ross Dellinger up there digging around in those documents, finding out what happened. And so the choice came down to, all right, do we lose Jim Harbaugh against Maryland and Ohio State, knowing that Ohio State lost this very game last year and still got into the playoffs anyway? Do we lose Jim Harbaugh from Maryland and Ohio State? Or do we fight to get him back from Maryland and Ohio State and risk all of this getting dumped into the public eye with the knowledge that the NCAA is still finishing up their investigation? That one's not over yet. And so if we fight the Big Ten here, if we push back against the Big Ten, and the Big Ten brings more evidence to the table, and all of this that they already have gets out into the public spotlight, now all of a sudden we look worse. It creates a situation where perhaps the Big Ten decides to up the penalty. Because right now, remember, it's just a regular season suspension, which means that Jimbo would be available for the playoffs should Michigan make it in. So it's a gamble. It is less likely you make the playoffs without Jim Harbaugh on the sideline for Maryland and Ohio State, but it's more likely that you have Jim Harbaugh for the playoffs if you do it that way, then fighting to have him available for Maryland and Ohio State, the Big Ten going, all right, well, then we're going to keep on going. We're going to keep on trucking, and you get to the offseason or you get to the postseason, and the Big Ten goes, well, you know what? We had all this stuff. There's more stuff that we found. Now we're suspending him for the playoffs. You're already in. We're already getting paid. Now we're suspending him for the playoffs, and now those games become more difficult with the knowledge that there's a better than average chance they could play Ohio State again in those playoffs.
See, you're speculating. Let me speculate.
Speculate away.
Here's my speculation is that they make it to the courtroom. They're starting to take their stuff out of their briefcase, and the judge says, approach the bench, and they go ahead and approach the bench. And he brings out an iPad and goes, this is you. This is Connor Stallions. You guys are going over signs from the other team right here, right? Is that not you? And then Jim reaches up under his chin, closes his own mouth because that's the only way he can do it. And then the lawyer puts the stuff back in the bag. They zip it up. They stand up and they walk out.
So I'm going to take it one step further because I think that's a possibility, but I'm going to go one step further. Remember,
because there are cameras everywhere. People are finding little bits and pieces of Connor Stallions. I got to believe that there's probably some interaction because there's no way a guy's on the sideline and you don't know what he's doing.
Well,
here's the
thing. We talked about this earlier in the week. There's the concept of plausible deniability. That is to say, yes, Jim Harbaugh was aware that Connor Stallions had signals. No, he was not aware as to how he obtained them because the only thing Harbaugh and Michigan had to do, and this is why I think it is so interesting. To me, and again, I'm not a legal representative, but to me, the only thing that had to be done was that you had to prove that Harbaugh either A, knew how Connor Stallions was acquiring these signals and did nothing about it, or B, obviously directed Connor Stallions to go get these signals and bring them back. To me, for this suspension, whatever the Big Ten put on the table in front of the judge and in front of the Michigan Wolverine attorneys, whatever they brought to the table kicked plausible deniability right out the window. Because a video of Harbaugh and Connor Stallions talking to each other, yeah, in this circumstance, it means something. But unless you had a recording of it where Jim's like, hey, do me a favor, I need you to go to that Clemson game next weekend. I need you to go to the Tennessee, South Carolina game and film those coaches. Then it's a conversation between a guy who was on staff and the head coach, which is going to happen all the time.
If there's video, chances are there's audio, and there are cameras everywhere on campuses and things like that. So it wouldn't shock me. We don't know that there's any of that.
We don't know anything yet.
Yeah.
We know, and to be honest with you.
But the sudden turn of, okay, yeah, I'm suspended.
Yeah, remember on Tuesday's episode of CSI Ann Arbor, Jim was like, yeah, I'm going to court. I'm going to court. I'm going to court. I can't wait. I'm going to get up there and be like Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. You can't handle the Michigan. I'm going to court. Jim was like living out his schoolboy fantasies of getting up there and dropping bombs on the judges. Objection, Your Honor. And then all of a sudden he gets to court and he's like, I'm good. So what that looks like to me is this. The Big Ten in their investigation, an investigation that they played very close to the vest. What it looks like to me is that when they got to the court, when they got in front of, and then remember all of this, the hearing was supposed to be today. Yesterday, this week was the setup, which means that the Big Ten reps got with the attorneys at Michigan and they undid the briefcase and they pulled out something that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jim Harbaugh knew about or assigned Connor Stallions to go break the Big Ten sportsmanship protocols in order to acquire these signals. And when the Michigan Wolverine attorneys saw it, they were like, yo, Jim, Nope. Jim, you are going to sit right there on that couch, big fella.
I feel kind of bad for all the sports media that already had their trips booked to be there outside the courtroom and get ready to do their stories and their lives and stuff. They don't get paid when that happens, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, the game's an away game this weekend, so it's not like they can go, oh, well, I'm going to Ann Arbor. I'll just go to the game anyway, right? It's at Maryland. They got nothing.
Yeah. Because who would want to go there for anything? So
I mean, I can't wait to go to a game in the Big House. Can't wait. It's on the bucket list for me.
I don't know you right now.
Come on, man. Like, if you're not a Buckeye, the Big House is a cathedral of college football.
Is it
just
though?
like the Horseshoe is.
Is it?
I want to go to Ohio State for the same reason.
I don't know.
I know you don't know. To an unbiased, no dog in the fight fan, Going to the big house is on a bucket list of college football.
It's not just about that. It's like going to Michigan, period. I mean, why would you want to do that? You go to Toledo and you could smell Michigan.
Well,
I mean, you don't know.
I'm going to throw up there. I've never been to Michigan, so I want to give it a shot. All right, so this Harbaugh thing's interesting. Basically, the hearing was supposed to be today where Harbaugh was going to go full Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. Okay, buddy. All right. Jim. You're totally going to play dress up and be Tom Cruise. Yeah, buddy. And now he's not doing that. And he's not doing that because the Big Ten, in my estimation, produced something that the Michigan attorneys were like, yeah, we going to go ahead and sit this one out, dog. America. We're going to go ahead and take a back seat. We're going to accept the 3-game suspension. This just is what it is. We're going to hope we can beat Maryland and Ohio State without Harbaugh. And if we can't, we're going to hope that the CFP takes some pity on us and lets us in, and we'll get Harbaugh back for the playoffs. But we're not going to fight this, which I find very entertaining. Very entertaining. Harbaugh, more like Harbaugh. All right, that was bad. I'm sorry.
No, I loved every second of that.
We got to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back here in just a minute, we have got a lot of stuff to get to. Coming up in this hour, we're going to talk about Clemson, North Carolina. We're going to talk about Kentucky, South Carolina. We're going to talk about Carolina, Dallas. I don't want to talk about Carolina, Dallas. It is not going to be a good time. Next hour, we've got your water cooler cheat sheet, then your quad box, the 4 games you got to watch in all 3 windows to claim that you know ball, like me. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. It's all coming up, ladies and gentlemen, on the Fan Upstate.
I think you're being kind of harsh, Tracy. It's Friday, man. I mean, come on.
No, I agree. That was terrible. It wasn't shaky. It was bad. I acknowledge it was bad.
I think it fit the team you're talking about. Michigan not known for Shakespearean stuff. You're talking too fast, lady.
As a fast talker, I sympathize with her.
Got to match your cadence to everybody else that does weather. Come on.
This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you.
Yeah, they did. They did. I noticed that didn't make the sports flash. I started to put it in there. I was talking to Joe.
It is.
Oh, it was.
They beat him by 100.
Yeah, it was well.
Dawn was like,
I think it was like 100 and something to 45 or something like that.
Man, I thought the Lady Gamecocks were going to have a rebuilding year. Nope.
I think Don Staley is awesome. So
I love Don Staley.
Yeah, so.
Happy Thanksgiving from our family to yours. Ingles, your neighbor for over 60 years. I'm Bob, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com and appliance.
So I'm going to come in and do Scramble next Saturday, and I could have possibly had someone else do it, but I'm just going to be so nervous that because Michigan, Ohio State is at noon.
Oh, it's rivalry day. That's
yeah,
right.
and I'm going to go ahead and do my show prep on Friday.
Yeah.
So I'll come here, do some busy work, and then go back in time for the game. And then that will help decide what kind of upstate pulse we're going to have.
If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, if you can't stop us from scoring, that's on you. I mean, you know. When you reach that level, do you still feel sorry for your kid if they're on that? I'm asking the wrong person. If you're on that team that's getting beat down like that, if you get beat like 100 and something to 40, but your kid scored like 15 for the losing team, I mean, they still played pretty well. Just nobody else did.
I think you got to be happy when your kid learns humility.
That'll do it.
You know,
that will definitely do it.
You are going to get your ass kicked in life sometimes. And I think it is important to learn not just that reality.
When I think of that, I think
how to handle it.
I think of Steubenville, Ohio. Every year, Steubenville would pay for us to come up and play them in football. And they would give us a steak dinner at the Ponderosa afterwards, just so they could whoop our butts on the field.
Ponderosa.
Yes. And Steubenville has a red horse on their scoreboard that spews fire every time they'd score a touchdown, and it was warm the entire game because that thing was just constantly spewing fire. Steak was good, though. It's a long bus ride when you know you're just going up there to lose.
Not just to lose, but to get hammered.
And then it is kind of a smack in the face knowing, hey, we beat you, now we're going to feed you. I miss Ponderosa. Did they have Ponderosas in Florida?
I don't know what that is, so I'm going to go no.
It's a steakhouse. I don't think they had them here either. Did they have a steakhouse chain in Florida?
I mean, the same ones as All's, like Texas Steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, and all that.
And Longhorn and
yeah,
stuff like that.
Texas Roadhouse. My favorite steakhouse growing up was a place called Coach and Four. And it was just this mom and pop steakhouse. The whole restaurant was as big as like 2 of these rooms. And every time you served a steak, it came with mint sherbet ice cream. And as kids, all you wanted was the mint sherbet.
Mint sherbet.
Oh, it was so good.
It's weird.
Palate cleanser. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show is on the radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Hello to you, and how do you do? Great to be with you. I'm Rob. He is Lonzo. So, Kentucky, South Carolina getting squared off this Saturday evening at Willie B. The Gamecocks, the home team, the Wildcats on the road. And this game, to me, as I have been telling you all week, feels mucho importante for Shane Beamer and the Gamecocks. And here's what's interesting. I do not hear anybody speaking about it the way it should be spoken about, in my ever so humble opinion. I told you earlier this week, I stand by it. I think this is, while it does not necessarily feel this way and is certainly not being discussed this way, I feel like this is the most important game that Shane Beamer has coached in so far. Now, we can talk about things like bowl eligibility. And bowl eligibility is a big deal. Lonzo and I talked about it yesterday. At the beginning of the year, the opinions, the speculation on the expectations for the Gamecocks of South Carolina under the leadership of one Shane Beamer were varied between who you asked on this station. I was quite optimistic. I said, hey, I think anything between probably 7-5 and 10-2 is a reasonable expectation for this team based on where they were at the end of last year. And I averaged it out to be 8-4. I think that our colleague in the afternoon, Mark Ryans, was a little bit more, what's the bad one? Bearish? Bullish is really aggressive. Bearish is really held back. Is that right? I don't know. I'm dumb.
I'm embarrassed that you don't know.
Nah.
Was that a dad joke? Did I do it?
Yes. Wait. Hang on. I didn't need to do this. Sorry. I forgot.
Finally.
There it is.
Finally, I've accomplished that joke.
Absolutely worth it. Bravo. The expectations for this team were kind of all over the place. And I would make the argument that bowl eligibility was probably the lowest expectation for all of us. Like baseline, like this is anything less than this, we're going to chalk up to a disappointment. Now, that's not a hard line stance for me because as we have discussed repeatedly, the number of injuries this team has gone through has been beyond detrimental. It's been a mash unit. This is, at this point, the third game in a row with the same starting five across the offensive line. It is the first time this season that 3 games in a row have had the same starting five. I can't tell you how much of a problem that is. So now you've got Kentucky coming to the house, and bowl eligibility is on the table. But there's another angle to that. South Carolina and Kentucky are both, to me, battling for, and I'm going to use this term, and it's going to upset some of you, but it is what it is. They are both battling for, to me, relevance in the conference. Relevance, not dominance. I'm not talking about 2 teams trying to climb up into the upper echelon. You ain't there yet. But I think you are battling to continue trending upwards, and neither one of these teams is in a spot where I think they are largely widely considered to be trending up, right? Yes, South Carolina's got 2 wins in a row. Yes, the second win looked better than the first. But I think a lot of people are looking back at what happened at the end of last year in those final 2 games and just assuming that's what's going to happen again. What happened at the end of last year was a very special run. What happened at the end of last year was a run that Gamecock fans who got to experience it, you should be talking about for the rest of your lives. It's the exception, not the rule. It was an anomaly. It was a great anomaly. It was a fun anomaly. Somebody without a dog in that proverbial fight. I had a blast watching it and watching y'all watch it and listening to y'all react to it. I had a ball. But it was the exception, not the rule. So with that being said and with that being known, let's talk about what this year looks like these back 2 games. The good news is not nearly as difficult as last year's back 2 games. Kentucky's not as good as Tennessee was last year. Not even close. Clemson is not as good as Clemson was last year, although they are closing in on it. So, this game to me holds weight, like a lot of weight, because of the fact that, A, Shane needs to get bowl eligible, and as we mentioned a number of times, bowl eligibility is the basic, it is the bottom line expectation, I think, for most of us who have covered this team. And number 2, Kentucky right now, a team that about 5 weeks ago, I sat in this chair and said, you better put some respect on Kentucky. Kentucky, putting the K in respect. Now, Kentucky has fallen off a little bit. Kentucky's kind of gone MIA on me a little bit. Kentucky was one of the ones that I got wrong. I thought even without Will Levis, this team's going to be pointed in the right direction. They went 5-0 to start the year, including a win over Florida, including a beatdown of Vanderbilt, just like expected. Then they had 3 L's. But here's the thing.
I was going to say, you haven't mentioned an impressive win yet.
Here's the problem. We talked about this with LSU yesterday. Listen to the wins and losses for Kentucky. Ball State, Eastern Kentucky, Akron, Vanderbilt, Florida. Now, Kentucky beating Florida is a good win. It's not a high, it's not a top-notch win, but for Kentucky. It's not a good win for Georgia. It's not a good win for Bama. For Kentucky, it's a good win.
All right, I'll give you that. Yeah.
Then they lost 3 in a row. Who'd they lose 3 in a row to? They lost 3 in a row to number 1 Georgia, Missouri, who punked Tennessee, and Tennessee before they got punked by Missouri. They beat Mississippi State, as they should have. Held Mississippi State to 3 points. They're the reason Mississippi State fired Zach Arnett. And then lost to Alabama. So their L's are number 1 Georgia, a top 25 and a pretty good Mizzou team, a pretty good Tennessee team in a game that they lost by 6, and Alabama. I would say, sitting at 6-4, Kentucky is where South Carolina thought they were going to be. We're going to win all the games we should. We're going to be in the dogfights and win more than we lose when it comes to the evenly matched games. And we're just not ready to compete with Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee yet. That is where South Carolina should be this year. Should be. Should be. This is one of those games that fits into that middle box, right? I set these up for you when we started at the beginning of the year. To me, there's 3 classifications of games that every team lines up for. There's the games you better win. Jacksonville State, Vanderbilt. There's the games you can't win. Georgia, Alabama. And then there's the most important part. The most important part are those games in the middle box. The games that are games. And those are the games you got to win more than you lose to be considered trending upwards. If you win all the games in the bottom box and you lose all the games in the top box, then you better win more than you lose in the middle box. If you're winning more than you lose in the middle box, you start shifting up to where some of those games at the bottom of the top box start to slide down into that middle box category, and that middle box starts to slide up. For Georgia, that middle box doesn't exist. Everything's there. Or I should say the top box doesn't exist. Georgia's expected to be in every game. So that middle box or the top box of you better win this game encompasses pretty much 12 games for Georgia, for Alabama, for Ohio State, for Michigan. And when a team has that top box of the games that you should win, and it starts to slide down, that's where your program enters turmoil. That's where Clemson's been the last 2 years. When Bobby Bowden left Florida State, for a number of years, Florida State didn't have a middle box. It was all top box. Every game was a game they expected to win. And then that box started sliding down a little bit, and Florida State went into turmoil. Nebraska's done it. Tennessee's done it. A lot of programs do it. And it's tough because nobody wants to go backwards. You always want to move forwards. So for South Carolina, that top box of games you can't win, there were a few on there this year. That's why we have all said South Carolina had one of the more difficult schedules in football. North Carolina, to me, was in that top box. You were not going to win that game. I told you that before the season. I think I was the only one on the station that picked North Carolina to win that game. The game against Georgia, you can't win that game. The game against Tennessee, you can't win that game. You had a bunch of middle box games. Mississippi State, middle box game. You won that game. Florida, middle box game. You lost that game. Mizzou, middle box game. You lost that game. A&M, middle box game. You lost that game. And then you had the bottom tier games. Furman, you won that game. Jacksonville State, you won that game. You lost more than you've won in that middle box. That these are going to be good games. Kentucky's in that middle box. I want you now to level out that middle box. Kentucky's in that middle box. To be honest with you, I don't know where Clemson is yet. I don't know if they're in that top box or if they're in that middle box. I think we're going to learn that this weekend against North Carolina. I think they're in the top box now, based on what they did to Notre Dame. I think they're in the top box. Just you are the dog. You are a clear-cut, no questions asked dog, even at home. But we're going to learn that this weekend for both teams. But I can't have, and this is the danger part, I can't have South Carolina looking ahead to Clemson. You need to be eyeballs on Kentucky. I ain't worried about Clemson yet. I'm eyeballs on Kentucky because this game with a win is one of those games that I think Lonzo and I, should you beat Kentucky, can come in here on Monday and go, trending up. And as I've said about the Panthers, I'll say about the Gamecocks, I've said about Clemson. At the end of the day, the most important thing for all three of those programs is for Lonzo and I to be able to come in here on Monday morning after the football weekend and go, they are better today than they were last week. And South Carolina can prove that against Kentucky. The difference is they've got to do it to meet an expectation. If they meet the expectation, I'm going to feel a heck of a lot better on Monday. But this is a massive game because it's an expectation meter, sure, but it is also proof that you have elevated post the injury bug back into the spot where I can trust you to win the games that you have to win. And this is one of them. My name is Rob Brown. The Great Lonzo's on the other side. When we come back, let's do the same breakdown for Clemson, North Carolina. In the next hour, water cooler cheat sheet. 3 items you got to know before you go to work. And then your quad box. Take a look at the 12 games this weekend in college football that you've got to know about. We're coming back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Kentucky's running back is going to trounce us. Joe, coming up at 8:40, we've got the Moving the Chains fellas coming in to talk high school ball. They will be here, and we'll get into that. All right, give me 45 seconds, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all. I mean, Jesse, it's a winnable game. It'll take South Carolina playing their best ball, but it's a very winnable game.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you? Cocktail maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at Bartesian.com/sips. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties.
Please don't let him have heard it.
Oh, Jesse said I was referring to Clemson. Tell you what, you beat North Carolina. That's a big win.
Sips. That's BARTESIAN.com/sips for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at Bartesian.com/sips. Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On a game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late.
I agree, James. I think this game goes a lot of Martha Shipley. Like I'd be running the ball 45 times if I was Clemson, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
So this is a quandary. Should I just start doing it myself to make sure that it's in? Or have someone who's their responsibility show that they can take care of their responsibility?
It's an interesting spot based on the aforementioned affinity for competition you have mentioned of that individual. But my other thought is, is it possibly on them for sending the wrong one again?
No. It wasn't done.
Oh, well, there's a difference between he doesn't know better versus just didn't do it.
Well, it's weird because when I put in the afternoon ones,
Yeah.
I date them.
Yeah.
So there's no way
okay, yeah.
it should play the next day.
Well, I'm saying if the people who send it to us send us.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he just didn't do it. He put in one, but it doesn't make sense that it would play. So he messed up. Because again, I make sure I date them. So they're end dated. There's no way. And it's the same numbers.
Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to pick you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Tis the season.
Season for what? Same tis.
For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show at its new location in District Park.
Where's District Park?
At the intersection of 123 and 153 near Greenfield against Speedway. They have millions of
So the thing is,
music,
he had to do something because, well, see, this one's still dated for yesterday. I wonder if that's the one that played.
How do we get tickets? You can get info and buy tickets and fast passes at upstatelights.com.
Maybe he just hasn't changed it yet.
Loved it. It's a Christmas tradition.
I'm taking my family to Upstate Holiday Lights.
We'll meet you there. Probably more than once. The family loves it, and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at your new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, opens Thanksgiving night. Enjoy the magic of the season. Family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for the cash back on my groceries.
No problem. Discover Cashback Debit gives everyone cash back. Anything else I can help with?
Do you like asparagus sorbet?
Eligibility in terms of discover.com/cashback.
There's 3 of them. I just killed the one that he hasn't changed yet in case he doesn't change it.
And one high of 71.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Don't go it alone in your job search. With nearly 20,000 job openings, Express Employment Professionals can help you take the next step in your career. Visit expresspros.com today.
From the Ingles Market Studio,
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
from the freeways, CBS Sports Radio.
844-326-3663 is the phone number to get on the radio. The carpros.com text line is 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air, FAN, F-A-N. So we talked about what this game against Kentucky means for the Gamecocks. Let's talk about what this game against North Carolina means for Clemson. For me, this is all about setting up for next year, right? I don't care what metric you slice it by. This year is a disappointing year for Clemson. They can finish 8-4, and there's about 85 teams in America that would kill to be 8-4. But you're not just a team. You're not just a team. And I think that the legacy of Clemson does not have to be over. I'm not ready to say it is or it isn't. And I think anybody who is frankly jumping to conclusions.
So I think this is just as important as last week was, because you got to come out with, or last time they played, you got to come out with that same kind of fire and do that same sort of thing. Or you're going to get the Tylers of your fan base riled up again. They have to play at least equal to what they did against Notre Dame the rest of the season.
I'm going to agree, but for a different reason. I'm not particularly concerned about what Tyler and Spartanburg has to say. Respectfully to Tyler and Spartanburg and Bonnie and Gaffney and whoever else is calling. I am concerned predominantly about what the folks in a recruiting position feel like. The rich get richer when it comes to college football recruiting. We know that. The rich get richer. The better you are as a team, the easier it is to get the best recruits to come by. When your team starts to struggle and drop off, you start to see those guys flip out. Ask Deion Sanders. When Deion and his Buffs started the year out 3-0 and were getting all the primetime televised football contests, Deion Sanders had a bunch of names that were all 4-star, 5-star kids looking at Colorado. And then they lost a bunch of games. Not just lost to high Pac-12 talent. I'm talking lost to teams they could have, should have, would have beat. And now Deion has watched his 2025 class shrink to 2, including most of the big names that were in it. When Clemson was at dynastic standard, I'm not going to say they could pick and choose anybody they want, but they had just as much access to those players as in Alabama, as in Georgia and Ohio State and Michigan. But that came with the expectation that this team, should you elect to sign and play for them, was going to give you an opportunity to play in the college football playoffs. Now you have it. North Carolina is not who I had really hoped they were going to be. I had really hoped coming into this year that we were going to have
2 years in a row that you've hyped them. So maybe next year back off a little bit. I'm just saying.
Well, again, Drake May was the reason this year.
Okay. All right.
They lost 2 games. They're 8-2. Let's not pretend that like North Carolina's in a death spiral. They're still a good team.
So who's picked to win this game? They're 8-2.
Clemson is expected to win this game. Let me find a line for you on it. But
wow, that's disrespect to a team that's 8-2 going up against a team that's lesser. And yeah, if I'm North Carolina, I'm definitely feel disrespected.
I appreciate you spinning the narrative. It's a good one. It's a great way to hype the game. You should consider a role in television production. The reality here.
So not radio production. I just don't. Okay. I retire.
Cut some promos, man. It's a good promo to cut. I'll say that. I think that looking at this game, what I am looking at, I got it. It's off. I muted it. We're good. I think what I am looking at here, if I am talking Clemson Notre Dame, is by the way, Clemson favored by 6.5 in this one.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, they are at home. You're catching 3 points for that, so they feel Clemson's a field goal better than Notre Dame.
Not
Plus
Notre
3 at
Dame,
the house.
North
I mean,
Carolina.
North Carolina.
So this is because of Notre Dame, because how they played it, because they beat
And
Notre
Georgia
Dame.
Tech.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And Georgia Tech. And again, I know that the popular thought is, oh, it's just Georgia Tech. This is the best Georgia Tech's been in a very long time. Very long time. Brent Key's doing a wonderful job. That is why I've said, despite the fact that some people are dismissing it as, oh, it's just Georgia Tech, this is the best Tech team that's been put together in a very long time under Brent Key. That's an impressive win. To me, shellacking Georgia Tech the way that they did 42-21. And by the way, to me, the real score was 42-7. And by the way, the 7, remember, was scored after the fake punt failure, a play outcome that if Clemson punts that ball away instead of trying to get cutesy against a team that they should just dominate, Georgia Tech probably gets blanked in this game 42-0. To me, Clemson won this game at the worst 42-7. Realistically, I can give them credit for 42-0. But that's me. So, with all of that being looked at, all of that being put together, the expectation is that after having back-to-back dominant games, after previously back-to-back fart noise games against Miami and NC State, Clemson's found its way. To me, this is the prove-it game for Clemson. This is the game that you have to go out, beat North Carolina at home, and that way you can grab the mic afterwards, look deep into the camera, and go, hey, future Clemson Tigers, we slipped up a little bit. We got beat by a good Duke team in week 1. We went to overtime against a Florida State team that's likely, probably, going to be in the playoffs this year. And we blew it against Miami and NC State. And we know we blew it. But Miami was a very winnable game. NC State was a very winnable game. I know that it is cliche. I know that it is tired. I know that even Clemson fans are tired of hearing it. But the more I hear Dabo go, we are 8 plays away from being undefeated. I don't disagree because Duke kicked your ass. All right? They just did. That's just all there is to it. But I firmly believe you were indeed 1 play away from beating Florida State. The scoop and score. That play doesn't happen, you win that game. I firmly believe you were 1 play away from beating Miami. Any one of those turnovers doesn't happen, I think you beat the Canes. I firmly believe you were 1 play away from beating NC State. Now, there is criticism. It's the same plays in those 3 losses, right? It's Cade getting popped while he's in the pocket and dropping the ball. It's Shipley and Maffa fumbling the ball. It was the same plays. And the knock is not that you're getting blown out. The knock is that it's the same mistakes that kept killing you over and over. But you cleaned those up against Notre Dame. You cleaned those up against Georgia Tech. Now against North Carolina, you get to prove it to me that you didn't just get lucky in a couple of games, but you really did fix the problem. And if you really did fix the problem, you should win this game. So you will be able to, if you really did fix the problem, look into the camera at the end of the game and say, future Tigers, we fixed the problem. We had an issue. We corrected it. We are back. We are still them. Give us a look. Come on down to Clemson. Come see the locker room slide. Trust me, you're going to love it. And they'll believe you. But you got to beat North Carolina. If you go out and you stink up the field and you let Drake May come out and roast you for 350 and 3 touchdowns and you lose this game, now you get to go, oh, so it was Notre Dame and Georgia Tech that were the anomaly, not the other way around. 3 of your 4 losses, 2 of them are real. 1 of them's not a bad loss. 2 of them are bad losses that you can argue we're 1 turnover in the turnover margin away from being a 1-loss football team or a 2-loss football team at most. But to prove that, you got to beat North Carolina. This is absolutely a pressure game for Dabo Swinney. Speaking of pressure, Lonzo is about to handle the pressure while all of you are expecting pure see, I blew it. I blew it setting him up. Pure perfection. In today's Sports Flash, Lonzo shall deliver.
Just trying to figure out if the locker room slide is an actual slide or a dance.
No, it's a real slide.
That's okay. That's like McDonald's Playland. Despite weeks of defending themselves, the Michigan Wolverines accepted the Big Ten suspension of head coach Jim Harbaugh for the rest of the year. Michigan has withdrawn its legal challenge against the conference. Harbaugh will be unavailable this weekend against Maryland and next Saturday against The Ohio State University. Last night, the Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Baltimore Ravens 34-20. They also lost their winning record as they dropped to 5-5. They may have lost more than that, though, as quarterback Joe Burrow exited the game in the second quarter, clinching his wrist. We are your home for Furman football. Tune in tomorrow morning at 10:30 as the Paladins take on the Wofford Terriers in the final game of the regular season right here on your home of Furman football, the Fan, Upstate. I would say I'm too heavy for a slide, but since it's probably reinforced for linemen, I can't go with that. So, but I have no interest in going down that slide. Nor do they have any interest of having me go down that slide.
We're going to talk about
because they know me and they would put tax on that slide. Rob, did you go down the slide?
I did not go down the slide. I didn't see the slide.
I don't need to ask if somebody else went down the slide because they probably was yelling hashtag all in as they've slid down the slide. Hashtag all in. Is it a twirly slide or
No,
just
it's
a okay
straight slide from the second story down to the first?
Is there like pole vault pit type stuff down there at the bottom, or is it just if you don't catch yourself, you land on the concrete? Maybe somebody else will answer because he lost interest in what I was saying.
I did not. I was trying to recall if I saw. I don't think I saw anybody in the media go down the slide the 2 times I've been there.
They probably weren't allowed. I mean, that's probably a player only thing.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I
on
wonder
top of that,
liability and stuff like. I mean, is it an open slide from down
Yeah.
to? So if you fell off either
It's
side,
like
you could.
no. It's like next to a staircase and it's sunk down. It's like got a rim on.
Okay, all right. It's like going down a water slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's like going down a big McDonald's slide. It's got like the U shape to it. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to recall if I saw anybody go down it from the media. It was also on the second floor inside the football facility, and we did not go on the 2 times I've been there. We have not been invited onto the second story of the football facility, which is where all the coaches' offices are. Probably could because of Connor Stallions, is my guess.
No, I don't do that, man. You're at Clemson, right? We're talking about Clemson. We're not talking about. They ain't got no Connor Stallions. If they did, they wouldn't be struggling like they are this year. Plus, they don't need that on their defense. Their defense is still too good. Bottom leads to the carpet. Oh, so rug burn. Okay.
The bottom does lead to the carpet.
So rug burn on your booty. Now I'm trying to think of when's the last time I went down a slide. And then I think a water slide counts because it's still a slide. And that would have been the last slide I probably went down. It's the last slide you went down, Rob. And at what age do you go, I guess I'm too old for a slide? Or is it more about, oh, I'm too fat to do that?
I think the last slide I went on was a water slide on a cruise ship about.
Did you see the cruise ship that sank? a couple days ago?
No.
That was sinking and went sideways, took in water. Someone died too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think it was Bahamas or Caribbean. I can't remember which.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second hour of the radio broadcast begins now. This is the Rob Brown radio program right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass. Should you like to be a part of the radio broadcast, there are multiple ways for you to do it. The first is on the phone lines at 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. The second is on the carpros.com text line at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. The next is on X, formerly known as Twitter, at The Rob Brown Show, at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word. And, of course, you can get at everybody at The Fan Upstate. The fourth is you can join us on our live stream. Hello, live stream. Wonderful to see you all this morning. You can go to Facebook.com/The Fan Upstate, Twitter.com/The Fan Upstate, The Rob Brown Show on Twitch, or The Fan Upstate on YouTube. Subscribe or follow all of them, and you can watch all 4 hours of the show every single day. Every weekday from 6A till 10A, Lonzo and I are live and in living color on your computer boxes. So make sure you follow and watch the live stream. We have some fun with that every single day. You can, what am I missing? Oh, the email. Email. Rob.Brown@thefanupstate.com if you got something a little bit more long form, but you don't want to come on the radio with it. Rob.Brown@thefanupstate.com.
Eerie looking skies this morning.
They really are, man. It's a weird morning. It's a weird day. But you know what? It's Friday. It is Friday, which means we're going to have some fun. I love that riff, man. Love that bass riff. So good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just after 7 o'clock in the morning, which means it is time for us to deliver unto you the 3 most important stories in sports. The sports stories you must know about before you get to work and start talking sports stories with your coworkers. It is time for your water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
"Yeehaw!" before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you start talking sports with your coworkers on smoke break numero uno. Let us begin, ladies and gentlemen, and this makes sense with item number 1. It took over 80 minutes for the U.S. to find form last night, but they did so, and they got a spark from Ricardo Pepi, who bailed out the United States men's national team. It looked like we were setting up for another round of Greg Berhalter disappointment. But courtesy of some last-minute substitutions, the Americans scored late goals in the span of 7 minutes and 23 seconds to go over the underman, the 10-man Trinidad and Tobago side 3-0 last night in the opener of a 2-leg series for a berth in next year's Copa America. Ricardo Pepi stepped on in the 66-minute 14 minutes later, he had an angled shot from a Jedi Robinson pass in the Nations League quarterfinals that he netted. Robinson doubled the lead in the 86th with a long-range left-footed effort that deflected off of Alvin Jones and past the keeper. Gio Reyna added his 3rd goal in 2 matches in the 89th after getting a quick touch from Valerian Balogun. The second leg of the total goals quarterfinal is Monday night in Trinidad. That is the same field where the Americans were denied a berth in the 2018 World Cup with a 2-1 loss. Hopefully will be avenged this time around, but it's a weird spot to be in. On one hand, you want to celebrate a 3-0 win. 3-0 win should be the norm for the Americans up against tiny Caribbean nations. 3-0 wins should be expected. I shouldn't even need to watch these games. I should be able to lay my sweet, handsome head down to sleep and not have a concern in the world. And instead, it took some late game heroics from substitutions to get us by Trinidad and Tobago. On the other side, you won 3-0. It's tough to be upset about a 3-0 win. It's tough
all those names sounded made up. I just want to tell you, there's a dude named Jedi, and then that last name, that Fairflagan, I think is what you said, which is I don't know about that last one.
So his name is not actually Jedi. It's
Okay.
Anthony.
Okay, all right.
But he goes by Jedi because he's a huge Star Wars guy.
Good for him.
And he refers to
All
himself
right.
as Jedi, and he's so damn good that he's one of those guys that to make it to give yourself your own nickname status, you got to be great. You can't give yourself your own nickname if you're an average player, right? You can't walk out there and be a guy who scores a goal every 7-8 games. You can't be a guy on the basketball floor who averages 4.6 in appearance. You can't be a bench player and go, call me Jedi. Everybody's gonna be like, no, dummy.
Well, I'm not gonna diss Ricardo Pepi because I know that name.
You do know Ricardo
if
Pepi.
I know that name, it must be a name.
So the Americans, after seeing Trinidad go down to 10 men in the 38th minute, took about another almost hour to net the first goal. But once they did, it was on. Listen, that's the good news. The good news is once one finds the net, more find the net. The bad news is you can't wait until after the 80th minute to find the net for the first time against a Trinidad and Tobago if you expect to compete with a Mexico or a Canada. We've got to do better. But you did win 3-0. It is what it is. Item number 2. Major League Baseball last night handed out its most valuable player awards in both the American and the National League. And for the first time in the 92-year history of the most valuable player award, it was consensus in both leagues. On the American League, Shohei Ohtani took 30 of 30 first place votes. In the National League, Atlanta Braves slugger Ronald Acuna Jr. took 30 of 30 first place votes. He beat out Mookie Betts. Mookie had 30 of 30 second place votes. Freddie Freeman barely edged out Matt Olson, also of the Braves, for the third place spot in the National League. Austin Riley of Atlanta was also amongst the finalists, checking in spot number 7, just behind Juan
Soto.
Ronald Acuna Jr., of course, becomes a member, the only member, the exclusive member of the 40-70 club this year. He also had the second highest batting average in Major League Baseball, behind only Luis Ariz, who you will remember was threatening the 400 mark for a very, very long time. Acuna won the Rookie of the Year award back in 2018. Ohtani won the AL Rookie of the Year award in the same year. Ronnie finished 5th in NL MVP voting during his 2019 season. Of course, in the 2021 season, he popped that ACL and had to watch the Braves win the World Series from the dugout. The following year, not himself. This year, himself, but better somehow, as he was incredible. And, of course, there's Shohei Ohtani, who is, and I mean this, the best baseball player on planet Earth. Hands down, unequivocally, empirically, no debate needed or accepted. He is the best baseball player on planet Earth, and I will go one step further. He is the best baseball player of all time, and I mean that. That's not a discussion I'm even willing to have with you. It is a statement of fact, and they both proved it by both going consensus MLB MVP in their respective leagues. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I told you that months ago. This was going to be the outcome. You know, I dropped my pen and it hit the screen off button. I'm working on getting back in. In the meantime, while I do try to fix the self-caused problem that I just created, let me move on to item number 3. I'm really glad that I saved this one for last because that way I have it memorized. Throw the glasses back on. They are necessary as we tell you the most recent update this week on CSI Ann Arbor. We don't know what was said. We don't know what was put on display. We don't know any of that. What we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jim Harbaugh has now accepted the 3-game suspension levied upon him by the Big Ten, not the NCAA, but the conference in which his Michigan Wolverines contest their football. Yesterday, that was my bad. I wasn't expecting the drop there. Yesterday,
That was the best place to put it.
I accept. Yesterday, Jim Harbaugh and his Wolverine attorneys got together with the Big Ten. They decided to have one last sit down, one last hear us out before the hearing that was expected to come today. Jim Harbaugh on Tuesday said, I can't wait to get in front of the judge on Friday. I can't wait. I'm gonna read him the riot act. I'm gonna be like Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. I don't know why he's a 1920s reporter guy.
Or like the male version of Katharine Hepburn. It was weird.
So,
That part was well done.
thank you. So, Jim Harbaugh accepts the 3-game suspension from the Big Ten. He will not be available this weekend against Maryland. He will not be available next Saturday against the Ohio State University. Jim Harbaugh saw something. Michigan saw something. The Big Ten brought something to the table and said, here's our evidence. And Michigan went, that's pretty good evidence. Dude. Righteous. The Big Ten showed Michigan something. They said, look, here's what we got. If you want to fight us, we're happy to show up in court tomorrow. If you want to fight us, we can bring all of this in front of the judge tomorrow. If you want to fight us, we can take it 10 rounds. And Michigan went, no, we good. We all right. We good. We good. We'll see y'all in the playoffs, maybe. We'll figure this thing out. So in the most recent episode of CSI Miami, Jim Harbaugh has laid down, Mr. I'm going to go full A Few Good Men. Objection! Did you order the code maize and blue? Turns out, maybe he did. How did I just get to, did you order the code maize and blue? I should have been saying that for 3 weeks now. That's good.
You know, it's not about the journey in this case. It's the destination, and you made it there.
I'm glad we got here.
Yeah.
I am. I feel good about it. That's award-winning stuff right there. Did you order the code maize? All right, well, I've worn it out now. The point here
You've only
is,
used it once. How can you wear it out that
because I
quick?
talked about it too much.
All right.
I just needed to roll through it and come back to it later.
Yeah,
It's a rookie mistake.
Maybe like hour number 4 or Monday.
Yeah. So basically, what we have here is a situation in which Michigan and the Big Ten got together. They had a conversation. The Big Ten said, here's our evidence. Michigan went, that's pretty good evidence. We're not going to fight you. We're going to lay down on this one. And Mr. I'm going to go Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men is not going to get a chance, which is, to be honest with you, a little disappointing because I would have loved to have read the transcript of Jim Harbaugh, who 100% was going full fantasy guy on this, right? Like all of us, I don't know about you. I'm going to say all of us, and I'm going to feel comfortable saying all of us. Lonzo, you tell me if this has happened to you. I don't know about you. You know, we've talked about when you go to a restaurant, most of us try to sit in the chair at the table that faces the door so we can go eyeballs on in case something gets a little fishy. We can react in time.
Yeah, I had a little problem with the restaurant the other night. Everybody was seated by the time I got there. I had to put my back to the door. I was really, and it was
uncomfortable.
It was an Italian restaurant, and that made it even worse.
It's uncomfortable, right? And so all of us in our head do that where we're like planning for the worst. All right, if it comes in that door, we'll flip this table, and if he comes in that door, I got this wall over. We all do it because all of us as men, and I'm assuming some of you as women, do this thing where we play superhero in our head. In our head, we're a badass. In our head, we got the whole thing laid out, right? Yeah. We're all a professional wrestler in our head. And I don't know about you. Every time I see, like if I'm in a bar and I see two dudes starting to square up, I'm like, I can stop this, right? Might as well get a cape and put my underpants on the outside. I'm a superhero. And then
you can't do that if you're going commando, though.
That's true.
You can't.
Team commando. 100% team commando. It's the best way to live your life. Freedom. So Jim Harbaugh was playing fantasy attorney in his head, right? He's like, oh, no, I'm going to do that thing where I say objection. I'm going to say objection. He was like Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia when he's setting up to be an attorney, just saying courtroom words. Objection, Your Honor. Nomenclature. What does that mean, Jim? We don't know what you're saying, Jim. I don't know, Your Honor. I saw it in a movie once. Like Jim was playing fantasy lawyer in his head, and then Michigan's actual lawyers talked to the Big Ten, and they were like, Jim, sit right now, and also the next 2 weekends. But I wanted to say objection. Yeah, well, we object to that. Sit down, Jim. Absolutely not. Which means that the Big Ten had something that Michigan could not call circumstantial evidence. They had something that Michigan could not drop well, everybody else was doing it defense.
This is irrefutable.
It's the Chewbacca defense. They could not use the Chewbacca defense. There was something that Michigan attorneys looked at and said, we can't fight that. We can't call it circumstantial. And it is too far out of the scope of our ability to say everybody else is doing it too, which tells me they had something on old Jim. They had something on Senior Harbaugh. Whether it was a conversation or an email or a text message or a witness, maybe, that they said, hey, Jim, here's the deal, man. We got a guy. And our guy is telling us that you told him to maybe perform some objectionable acts. And if he gets on the witness stand, let's just say it'll be really unfortunate for you. So you can either take a seat or we can put you in one. It's your choice. And Jim was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm all right. Go Wolverines. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Anyway, that's water cooler cheat sheet item number 3. That is Michigan accepting the punishment of Jim Harbaugh in I don't know, is this an anticlimactic finish to CSI? Is this the finish to CSI?
I was to say, it's not over.
Is this the end of the story?
I'm not going to play the because I don't think it is. I think we've only just begun.
We've only just begun. All right, we got to take a break. From CSI Ann Arbor. When we come back, the quad box, the 3 games in each window that you have to watch if you want me to believe that you know ball. We'll talk college football when we come back on the Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Fan Upstate. Oh! Yes, we do, Zach. And coming up in just a little over an hour, the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast will be here to talk the footballs with us. I look forward to it.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance.
Fire. Rob, did you see the Braves trade that came out last night around midnight? Yes, I did. I don't love it, but I think that's a roster management move. Most of the 5 guys that got sent out were likely not going to get tenders, and you had to clear some room on the 40-man. So my suspicion is this was a move made by Alex Anthopoulos to clear roster spots without just outright cutting guys, right? And we know you needed a reliever. Bummer is not a great one, but he's certainly a good one. And so you bring in a reliever, you ship out a couple of guys. I hated to see Soroka go. He's probably, him and Lopez, probably the only 2 that I was like, all right, that's kind of a bummer. But you think about the infield that the Braves have built, and Lopez was like the 3rd backup. So it's not the worst thing in the world. You picked up a reliever, you cleared some room, you cleared some cap space. You really only gave up Soroka to do it, and Soroka was going to be an untendered guy anyway. So it's like, all right, like it's not great. It's not like you brought in Dylan Cease, but you at least picked up something in return for clearing up some roster spaces, unlike a lot of teams who are just going to have to outright cut guys. Have you seen this fascination with people going back and finding old tweets of Travis Kelce? But they're all super fun.
No.
People have been digging back through Kelce's old tweets, and they're like, I just gave Squirrel a piece of bread, and it smashed all of it. I had no idea they ate bread like that. Haha, hashtag crazy. Like Travis Kelce, just a bro. The moon looks crazy tonight. I'm going to chill out here for a little bit and just visualize my success and vibe to the scenery. He was just a bro, right?
He still is. I mean, if you listen to the podcast, he's still that guy.
I hate it when my phone is about to die. 3 exclamation points. Like, it's fantastic that they're like, they went to find, because somebody went to see if they could cancel Travis Kelce, and all they found was one where he was like, going to get Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, opens Thanksgiving night. Enjoy the magic of the season with family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too.
I just heard the words jumbo chicken wings, and now I'm hungry.
Jumbo chicken wings.
I agree with the Lopez take. But again, like, that was probably the piece that made this deal go. So that's really the only one that you probably, like, you feel like something happened.
Great prices on laptops, game systems, earbuds, and more. And now at Staples, you can save up to $350 on select PCs. During Staples holiday deals, it's not about the fa-la-la. It's about saving moolah-la. Save up to $350 on select PCs today at Staples. Cancel 11/18 in-store only. See associate for details.
I'm a Vietnam veteran.
I always knew that I was going to join the military.
My grandfather pulled out his old military uniform and actually let me put it on.
The greatest thing you could ever do in your life is to change and impact the world around you. Anybody that has ever served in the military has that sense of serving others.
Okay, that's just no. Willy Wonka remake, but with Gary Busey. It's no.
Still, that'd be better than Timothy Chalamet.
I disagree.
An unhinged Wonka. That's Wonka. Unhinged. Just wild.
All right.
Or hear me out,
I
Hollywood,
just sent it to you on the X if you want to look at.
formerly known as Twitter.
If you want to get freaked out when it gets there, it's just it's unsettling. I mean,
I love it.
I'm moving through and all I see is teeth and like,
love
no.
All right, time for the Quad Box in celebration of the best thing that's happened to television in a very long time, YouTube TV, going ahead and throwing 4 games into your eyeballs all at the same time. We give you the Rob Brown Quad Box, the 4 games from each college football window that you must watch should you wish to claim knowledge of the ball. Let's start with our noon games, ladies and gentlemen, and I will admit, to the shock and surprise of exactly nobody, this is not, at least schedule-wise, who knows how chaotic Saturday may be. This is not the best college football weekend we've ever seen. It's really not. But we do have some interesting games. We will start in the Big Ten, noon. Fox, Michigan is on the road at Maryland. Now, this game obviously got tremendously more interesting now that, as we mentioned in the most recent episode of CSI Ann Arbor. Dun dun. Jim Harbaugh has accepted his 3-game suspension, served 1 against Penn State. Will serve the next 2, including tomorrow when his Wolverines take on Maryland. Now, this Maryland Terrapin team is interesting. This is a team that all the way up through the Ohio State game put at least 31 on the board in every single game. They failed to do so against Illinois, but they lost that one 27-24. They got back to it 27 against Northwestern. They got smoked by Penn State. I suspect they're going to get smoked by Michigan too, but you got to wonder, does there come a point for the Wolverines? Does there come a point for the Wolverines where the distractions get to be too much? And if it does, it's this weekend.
There's one thing that Michigan does really well, and that's
run the ball a billion times.
Play defense.
They do play pretty good.
They play defense. I believe they are the best defense in the Big Ten, and so Maryland really needs to put up points.
Yes, Maryland will need to score 42 if they want to win.
And
this
Jim
game,
Harbaugh, Harbaugh doesn't coach defense, so
he sure doesn't.
So the distractions ain't going to bother the defense.
Yeah, I think Michigan's going to blow the doors off of the Turtle, but
and we get more crying afterwards.
Weird things have happened in the past, so we'll keep an eye on this one on ABC at noon. Louisville is on the road at Miami. Now, the Canes knocked off Clemson. The Canes almost knocked off Florida State. The Canes aren't bad. They're not good, but they're not bad. They're 6-4. They've got a chance to win out and go 8-4 on the season. They're not where the Canes fans told me they were going to be. I disagreed with it at the beginning of the year.
So they're not really back?
No, they're not back. They're not back at all. They are AU, not VU right now. They're just AU. That being said, Louisville is an ACC title game participant. They are 9-1. The worst they can be is 9-3. They've got Miami. They've got Kentucky. Louisville, as we have mentioned, has major playoff implications as a one-loss team because despite the fact that as a one-loss team, they are the only one-loss team behind a two-loss team in the playoffs. Should they beat Miami and Kentucky and Florida State in the ACC title game, Louisville is going to have an argument to be included in the college football playoff as a one-loss Power 5 champion. But in order to be a one-loss Power 5 champion, they must knock off the Miami Hurricanes on the road this weekend. That game is at noon on ABC. I don't expect that game to be a Picasso, but it could be pretty good. It could be pretty good. Rutgers is at Penn State at noon on FS1. Now, not really playoff implications on the line. Penn State has lost both of the Big Ten games that everybody told me they were going to be in as a contender in the Big Ten. They did not. They are not. But this one is interesting. Why? Because James Franklin's fighting for his job at this point. Do we disagree with that? James Franklin's back's against the wall right now?
I don't know.
I got to say, yeah.
I mean, he's only lost to Michigan and Ohio State.
Correct, but he's always lost to Michigan and Ohio State. At some point, there's an expression for this. You get tired of being the bridesmaid, and you want to be the bride. James Franklin is beating everybody except the only two teams he needs to beat to elevate Penn State up in the discussion. How many times are you going to be happy being third place in your division?
I get what you're saying, but how many years has it been Ohio State or Michigan number 1 and number 2?
All of them.
Yeah, so I mean,
and if you're Penn State, aren't you freaking tired of that? Aren't you exhausted of being so close yet so far away? So far away, I think so. I got to say, yeah. So
getting like 10 wins every year, and I guess
again,
I know.
At some point,
depends on what expectations are at that university by the people in charge.
I'll tell you what they are. I've talked to Mark Shelley. They are to not be 10-2 every single year. At some point, you go, I will risk 8-4 to move past 10-2, and I think James Franklin's at that point. He has got to, if he wants to keep this job, go beat Rutgers by 100.
And then there's this thing, and I know this sounds arrogant, but remember who you are and who you are not.
Right. But again,
and
Lonzo, how many times in your career have you been told, remember who you are, know your role, and how's it make you feel?
That's a really good point. You usually do that to me right before we go on the air. Keep me humble.
I got to keep you in check.
Yeah, because
otherwise, Lonzo might take over the show.
Yeah, next thing you know, it's the Zoe show.
Now it's the Zoe program with Rob, and I can't have that.
Yeah, you'll never be a with and an and. So yeah, we can't do that.
Penn State's got to win this game by 100 if James Franklin wants any chance at not being. I don't think they fire him this offseason, but I think they crank the hot seat up to 11. But we'll find out. And finally, in the early window, I ran out of games. Oklahoma at BYU. I ran out of games. I don't know how to make this game interesting. BYU's real bad. Oklahoma's disappointing at 8. I mean, they're 8-2. Their only losses came to Kansas, who was ranked for a minute there, and Oklahoma State, who was up until this weekend when they got the hell beat out of them by your former national champions, the UCF Golden Knights. Let's go. I don't know how to make this game interesting other than say if Brent Venables loses another game after having the Sooner fans believe, after having me believing, I called Oklahoma the best single season turnaround in recent memory. And then he dropped games to Kansas and Oklahoma State back-to-back after winning a dogfight with UCF. There are 2 games left on the schedule, BYU and TCU. If Brent Venables loses either one of them, he's not fired, but he'll be joining James Franklin on that hot seat next year. Not a doubt in my mind. Let's go to the midday slot real quick before we got to run to a break. We open at 2:30 on the Pac-12 network. Utah is at Arizona. Is this game wildly important? Not really. It's just a ranked Pac-12 game. Now, these teams are effectively, these teams are effectively out of the Pac-12 race. The Utes are 7-3. The Wildcats are 7-3. But the Wildcats, by way of the 7 versus the 3, are third in the Pac-12. They went out. Oregon and Washington both lose out. They could still be in the Pac-12 championship, I believe, though it would be a tall order. I'm just looking at this and going, hey, these are 2 pretty good football teams. Not overwhelmingly incredible, but they're pretty good. And also, it's not a great weekend for scheduling. Very pedestrian. At 3:30 on ESPN, North Carolina's at Clemson. They do make the quad box this week. And they make the quad box this week for exactly what we talked about earlier. If North Carolina, come on and raise up, drops this football contest, I think we would have to call it, I don't know, Lonzo, a disappointing year for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, probably.
I think I got to call it. You've got a top 5 draft pick at quarterback. You had a pretty decent defense this year. And it's not just that you're going to be 8-2, but you would be 8-2, and your 3 losses would be Virginia, who is notably not good this year, Georgia Tech, who is notably better than they've been in a long time, but should not be in the discussion with North Carolina, and a Clemson team that's got 4 losses. Now, a Clemson team that contextually is playing the best football of the year right now, but still at best an 8-4 program for a year that North Carolina was expected to be in the ACC title game, expected to at least be in playoff discussion, and they're not that. So this game is huge for North Carolina, but it's huge to Clemson too, because if they can win this game in impressive fashion, you would string 3 wins together, including a top 15 matchup against Notre Dame, against a Georgia Tech team who beat a then top 15 North Carolina team, and then that North Carolina team. That would tell me Clemson figured out the issues. That's why this game's on the quad box. At 4 o'clock on Fox, Oregon is at Arizona State. This one absolutely has playoff implications. Oregon going for style points right now. They need the style points. They're a 1-loss team. They are the top-ranked 1-loss team. Should there be not 4 undefeated teams at the end of the ride, Oregon is the team that has the best crack at climbing in with a loss. But it will require style points because I think Alabama's going to be in that discussion should they win the SEC. Louisville could be in that discussion should they win out and win the ACC. So Oregon already has the benefit of playing in the best conference in America right now. But I do think they will have to have some style points should Alabama upset Georgia. They can earn them this weekend with a win at Arizona State. And finally, at 3:30, Georgia is at Tennessee. Obviously, the number 1 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Number 18 in the country, the Tennessee Volunteers. This game looked a hell of a lot more interesting about 3 weeks ago. But when Tennessee got absolutely beat down by Mizzou last weekend, it kind of changed the game a little bit. So, I said coming into the year, hey, I think there's probably 2 games on the schedule here for Georgia that are losable. One of those losable games is on the road at Neyland. It still is if Tennessee has their best game and Georgia has its worst. The problem is those scripts are reversed right now. Georgia is playing its best ball of the year right now, and Tennessee's playing its worst. That being said, any given Saturday. So we'll see. Also, again, schedule's not great, but I think this one will be on it even if it was. Georgia on the road at Tennessee. So noon, Michigan at Maryland, Louisville at Miami, Rutgers at Penn State, Oklahoma at BYU. In the midday slot, Utah at Arizona at 2:30, Georgia at Tennessee at 3:30, UNC at Clemson at 3:30, and Oregon, Arizona State at 4 o'clock at Fox. When we come back, we'll give you the night quad box and wrap you up for the football weekend in college. Next hour, we go NFL, we go high school. Final hour, your show, whatever you want to do on a Friday. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock kickoff. Carolina's lost 2 straight. They're 1-8 overall. The Cowboys 6-3, second in the NFC East. Bryce Young added to the injury report on Thursday. He's listed with a thigh injury, although he was.
All right, guys, give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails.
Establishing the run is important.
And now, get Bartini Black Friday
And doing it against Kentucky's schedule is impressive. I would actually say to me, the most important thing that South Carolina can do, and this is something that is going to rankle the hindquarters of many a traditional college football fan. You got to get the deep ball. You got to take pops. You got to get XL. You got to get Nick Harbaugh. You got to get him down the sideline. And you got to force Kentucky to play a backed up defense, right? The best way to get the run.
You got to do that early too. You got to
Yeah.
come out and make them scared.
I would take a shot on the first play.
Yeah.
First play of the game. 9s. Every route's a 9. Just everybody go. Playground football style. Y'all go, I'll find you. Offensive line, I'm going 5 down, tight splits, form a pocket around Spence, and then I'm just going uncork it, dude. I want to see if you can Jamarcus Russell the ball 70 yards. Rocket that thing down there. I want smoke coming off of it. XL, get on the horse, get down there, make it happen.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 864-203-4290. That's 864-203-4290 or online at mynewlifeweightloss.com. That's mynewlifeweightloss.com.
It's been years in the making, and now Greenville is home to the most epic comic and game store around. Borderlands Comics and Games. Reimagined, bigger, and better than before. The state's premier hobby shop has been bringing the best in comics, manga, and gaming to the region for 3 decades. Come see us at our amazing location at 410 South Pleasantburg. Live the Borderlands experience for yourself. We've gone to a whole new level. Find us on Facebook and Instagram. Proud sponsors of the Upstate Pulse. Borderlands Comics and Games. Read, build, play.
'Tis the season.
Season for what?
For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show.
Where's that?
At their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Do we need tickets?
Yes, you can pick your dates and times, even by fast passes at upstatelights.com. We should all go together.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show opens Thanksgiving night at District Park at the intersection of 123 and 153. SC Department of Corrections is hiring correctional officers, nurses, food service specialists, facilities maintenance, licensed mental health professionals, and more positions statewide. $7,500 to $10,000 sign-on bonuses for various positions available. The Department of Corrections has great employee benefits, like 6 weeks of PTO accrued yearly and police officers' retirement. Start a rewarding new career with great benefits today. Visit joinscdc.com for more info. Sponsored by SC Department of Corrections, SCBA, and this station.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My dog has more friends than I do.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should really give my dad a call.
Find your perfect mattress at the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. You can save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 gift toward pillows and more, all with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours this Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the
State. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
from the freeways, CBS. Talk to Robin Lunson.
The Rob Brown Show, wrapping up hour number 3. Nope, 2. Numbers are hard. That's why I'm a words person. Counting to 3, very difficult for me.
I mean, we can take off at 8, but I think
Boss Barbara would be pretty upset about
yeah,
that.
more
I
than
would think.
likely, yeah.
Let's finish up the quad box. I have given you your noon window, which includes Michigan at Maryland on Fox, Louisville at Miami on ABC, Rutgers at Penn State on FS1, and Oklahoma at BYU on ESPN. Over in the midday slot, Utah is at Arizona at 2:30 on the Pac-12 network. Georgia is at Tennessee at 3:30 on CBS. North Carolina at Clemson at 3:30 on the 4-letter. And then Oregon at Arizona State at 4 o'clock on Fox. I'm going to get to this text before I give you the afternoon window. We had a texter a minute ago that texted the show, and he said, Rob, where did that text go? Scored tickets to the North Carolina Clemson game, and I'm taking my 6-year-old son for his first game. Thanks to my good buddy Justin. Go Tigers. To which I responded and said, man, that's incredible. Some of my best core memories were going to games with my old man. I would sell everything I owned for one more game with my old man. I said, hey, make it awesome. Make it something that is unforgettable for him, because these are the memories that will sustain your son later on in his life. He wrote back and said, thanks, dude. We just opened our new brewery in Inman. You guys should come check it out. We could make a Rob Brown IPA. I want to go ahead and say, first and foremost, I fully accept and endorse this. However, I'm going to go ahead and mark it for you here, texter. The Rob Brown Ale is right there. It's right there. It's in the name. Brown ales are my favorite brewskis, and the name's set up. The Rob Brown Ale is right there for you, and you have my explicit permission to name a beer after me. Full permission to name a beer after me. All right, let's go to the ninth slot, shall we? Kansas State I told you, man, the schedule this weekend, unfortunately, as it is the weekend before rivalry weekend, not your best. Kansas State is at Kansas. It's a rivalry game. All right. It's a week early rivalry game. These are two teams that both had a pretty good start to the season. These are two teams that are both inside of the top 25. These are two pretty good football teams, and there's really not much else to pick from. All right. So I'm going Kansas State, Kansas at 7 o'clock on FS1. It's 7:30. One that does matter and could be good. Ladies and gentlemen, our Oregon State Beavers are at the house. They're at the crib, and they are hosting, the Washington Huskies. Now, that's not the reason that this is interesting to me. DJ is part of the reason that it's interesting to me, but it's not the reason that this is interesting to me. The reason this is interesting to me is that the Washington Huskies, ladies and gentlemen, are, of course, undefeated. The Washington Huskies, ladies and gentlemen, are, of course, in a playoff position. Lonzo, the Washington Huskies are the underdogs in this game.
What?
They are +2 on the betting line against the Oregon State Beavers, led by DJ Uiagalelei. You know, that guy that got ran up out of South Carolina. He is now an odds-on favorite to knock off one of the 5 undefeated teams in America in a playoff position.
How would that feel? How would that feel for Yins that wanted him gone?
Well, I'm going to say it's a stab in the dark. Not great, Bob. Not great.
Or will you go, no, man, I know that wasn't me. That was
that was Tyler.
That was Clemson Joe, Clemson Bob, Clemson Bro. It was not me, you know.
Son of a Tyler. It's all your fault, Tyler. It's Tyler. Kentucky's at South Carolina at 7:30 on the SEC network. I have mentioned this game for me is not going to establish relevance in the Southeastern Conference, but it is a trend toward it. Both of these teams trying to become relevant in the final year that the SEC East is a thing. Both of these teams trying to grow their relevance in the conference. The best way to do it is to beat all the other teams that are on your level. Right? Talked earlier. There's 3 levels of games for any given college football team. There's the bottom level, games you better win. Jacksonville State, Vanderbilt. There's a second level, games you should win, games that are games. And there's a top level, games you shouldn't win, right? And the goal is to win all of the games in the bottom level box, the majority of the games in the mid-level box, and at least some of the games in the top level box. That's how you know you've made it as a program. And as you get more successful, those boxes, they slide. When you become a Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State and Michigan, that top box, games that are going to be competitive or that you shouldn't win, that box evaporates. It doesn't exist anymore.
You feel me? For real. Do you feel him, sir?
I do. This game is a mid-level box for South Carolina. This game is one of those games of, hey, this is a team you're going to have a game with. You got to win the majority of those. And we wrap it all up at 8 o'clock on Fox when Texas plays at Iowa State. This one is interesting because, again, of the playoff implications. Texas is the second highest ranked one-loss team. Texas is a team that a lot of people feel will get a ticket to the playoff if there are 2 slots because of not just performance this year and beating Alabama, but also because the playoff committee will want to see Texas back in the mix. Texas was one of those programs that a lot of people believe college football is better when Texas is good. I don't feel that way, but a lot of people do. That being said, this is interesting to me because while Iowa State is not great, they are 6-4. They are a decent program. They're a program that beat Oklahoma State. They're a program that beat Baylor, that beat TCU, that beat Cincinnati, that beat BYU. And Jonathan Brooks is not playing. Done for the season. Jonathan Brooks has done for the season. He's a 1,000-yard rusher, the number 1 offensive weapon that is not named Quinn Ewers is done for the year. Done for the year. So how does Texas adapt to that in the face of an Iowa State defense that wants to come play some tough-nosed Big 12 ball up the gut? I don't know. I think Texas has lost their shot at a playoff spot, but they can try to keep it earned with a big win this weekend. So there's your quad box in the early window. Michigan at Maryland on Fox, Louisville at Miami on ABC, Rutgers at Penn State on FS1, Oklahoma at BYU on ESPN, all those games at noon. In the midday, Utah at Arizona at 2:30 on the Pac-12 network, Georgia at Tennessee, 3:30 on CBS, North Carolina at Clemson, 3:30 on ESPN, Oregon at Arizona State, 4 o'clock on Fox. And in the night window, Kansas State at Kansas at 7 o'clock on FS1. At 7:30, Washington at DJ and Oregon State on ABC, Kentucky at South Carolina on the SEC net, and at 8 o'clock, Texas at Iowa State on Fox. At 7:55, Lonzo with a sports flash.
Bro, like, slow down and stuff. Last night in the NFL, the Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Baltimore Ravens 34-20. They also lost their winning record as they dropped to 5-5. In soccer, that would still be a winning record. They may have lost more than that, though, as quarterback Joe Burrow exited the game in the second quarter, clenching his wrist. Got himself an owie. The Braves made a roster management trade last night, sending pitchers Mike Soroka, Riley Gowans, and Jared Schuster, shortstop Brandon Shoemake, and infielder Nicky Lopez to the White Sox in return for closer Aaron Bummer. I guess it's Bummer is working on a deal for $5.5 million this season with club options each of the next 2. Rob did that on purpose. We are your home for Furman basketball. You can hear them right here. Tune in tonight at 6 p.m. as the Paladins take on Coastal Carolina.
We went last year and the kids loved it. It's a Christmas tradition. I'm taking my family
to Upstate Holiday Lights. We'll meet you there. Probably more than once. The family loves it, and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, opens Thanksgiving night. Enjoy the magic of the season. Family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
Hey, beer lovers, Matt Man here with 9, and we got something epic brewing just for you.
That's right, Matt Man. Get ready to elevate your beer game with Rise Guys P1 Lager by Steelhead Brewing, the best beer on the planet.
This golden elixir is crafted with precision, passion, and a touch of the extraordinary. It ain't just a beer, it's an experience.
It's a smooth, crisp taste that'll make your taste buds dance with joy. It's like a party in your mouth. Everyone's invited.
Brewed by our friends at Still Hands, the Rise Guys P1 Lager, well, it's a celebration of flavor, a symphony of hops and barley that's going to have you reaching for another sip.
And check out that can. It's not just a beverage, it's a work of art. The Rise Guys P1 Lager is a statement, a declaration that you only settle for the best.
So, as a nerd, I feel so validated right now. I have not watched the current season of Critical Role, but apparently they just did a live show in Wembley Stadium with like 35,000 people there to watch them play Dungeons and Dragons.
Cool.
That's insane.
Did they get part of the house for that?
I have no
or-
idea. I got to imagine they made some good money.
Get yours now while supplies last. UpstateGolfCard.com. That's UpstateGolfCard.com.
The holidays are here, and so is the TTI Tool Sale. Top brands, huge savings on power tools, floor care products, and outdoor power equipment. Friday and Saturday, 9 to 5. Exit 27 in Anderson at Ryobi and Highway 81. Credit cards only, limited supplies, subject to availability.
Man, I thought I took that out. Oh well. I guess I didn't. I didn't need to either. Hope I didn't delete something I should have. Shouldn't have. Something. I don't know. Forget I was talking. Upstate Lights in the first break. I'm still sick, man. I'm not.
I'm judging.
I am definitely recovering, but when the thing that's keeping you from resting has eased up enough to where now you could actually rest, then you struggle. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's like, man, I could sleep for like 12 hours if I just would lay my large head down.
That's Friday. You get to. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Radio program gets going right now. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, friends? Rob Brown and the Great with Lonzo here on the Weenus and Pitt Show. Ever so happy to have you. If you'd like to be a part of the radio broadcast, you can do it. 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the radio broadcast. You can tweet us at The Rob Brown Show. That is also the Instagram handle, by the way. I'm not as active on the gram as I need to be in today's modern social media era.
It's very unmillennial.
It really is. I am an elder millennial. I'm like right there on the cusp. But I'll be more active on the gram. Anyway, at The Rob Brown Show on all of the social media, if you want to come in that way. Lonzo on Word is the Twitter handle for the great one, if you want to give him a follow as well. Everybody at The Fan Upstate. So, you know what we need to get into here, as I just recalled, it's on my show prep. Time to clock in and lock in, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for my favorite bets of the weekend at both the college and professional football levels. These are just some of the games where Rob Brown will be making money. this weekend should you wish to tail me on any of them. Let's get to it. I am going to open with the Ohio State University, ladies and gentlemen. They are 27.5-point favorites against Minnesota. I will tell you that more often than not, 24 is my limit. I don't like picking teams to cover 24 points. That's a lot. 3 touchdowns and a field goal, even at the collegiate level where one team is just clearly better than the other. That's a lot of points. That being said, the Buckeyes are like real good. And keep in mind, somebody's got to lose the Ohio State-Michigan game next weekend. And while I am interested to see how the Jim Harbaugh news from yesterday impacts the betting line on that game for the next week, here's the thing. As of at least last night, the Wolverines were favored in that game. Only like 3.5. It's field goal game. But Jim Harbaugh's squad was the favorite gambling-wise going into yesterday's evening. Now that the public got that Harbaugh knowledge, I'm intrigued to see how, if that changes at all. We will find out. Here's what I do know. If I am Michigan or I am Ohio State, and I want any chance and an ever-decreasing likelihood that 2 Big Ten teams get in like they did last year, you have to put up a lot of points. And I feel like, unfortunately, for PJ Fleck's Minnesota Golden Gophers, that Ohio State is going to take out that necessity on them. Give me, Lonzo, the Buckeyes to cover 27.5 on the Golden Gophers. Let's lock that in, eh? How you feel about that one? I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. They need to score a lot of points just in case something should go awry next week.
Yep.
Yes.
Just in case.
And I'm sure you're going to get to Michigan. If not, they've got to do the same thing. So
we will get to Michigan. We certainly will. Before we get there, though, let's go to the Pac-12 matchup. A pair of top 20 teams. Utah is on the road at Arizona, and they are getting a point. Listen, I like the Utah Utes. I do. They've been fun to watch this year. They've gotten some big wins. They knocked off USC for the third. They knocked off USC for the third time in 3 attempts dating back to last year. In fact, they only have 3 L's. The Utes. They came to a now borderline top 10 team in Oregon State, a team that is favored over the undefeated Washington Huskies. They lost to said Washington Huskies by a single touchdown, and they lost to the Oregon Ducks, the top-rated one-loss team in America. There are 3 losses for the Utah Utes right now, who, by the way, never got Cam Rising back. Remember, their starting quarterback unavailable. They had to go with a pig farmer, Bryson Barnes, as their starting QB this year. In case you didn't watch ESPN for more than like 3 minutes at any time in the last 3 weeks.
So that wasn't a cut. Dude was actually a pig
he literally
farmer.
worked on a gigantic pig farm before he got a scholarship to go play football.
Cool.
That is correct. So I really like this team. I like Arizona too. I like the Wildcats. Wildcats 7-3. They're 5-2 in conference. Their losses not as impressive. Mississippi State, Washington, and USC. We all know what USC has turned into. You're telling me the Utes are getting a point on the road? This one is one of my more confident bets of the day at 2:30 Saturday on the Pac-12 Network. Ladies and gentlemen, give me Utah. Give me the point. I don't want it. I'll take it anyway. I don't need it. I'll take it anyway. The Utes, Yana, +1. Let's lock that in. Yeah, buddy. Here's another one I really like. And I know not a lot of you are going to feel confident in tailing me at this one because we watched this team get the ever-loving bleep beat out of them last week. But the rambling wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer of a decent team is Brent Key, the head coach there. They're at home. They're hosting Syracuse. They are -6.5. They just got to beat the Orange by a touchdown. This is, of course, an Orange team that started the year real well. This is a team that started the year Dino Babers trying to save his life. Then they lost 5 in a row. Clemson, North Carolina, Florida State, Virginia Tech, and Boston College. They did knock off the Pitt Panthers, a Pitt Panthers team that has given a couple of good teams some pretty good games. Not the worst Pitt team ever, but that's how Syracuse got back on the bus. Georgia Tech at home. I'm laying the touchdown. You can have the 6.5 points. Give me the Ramblin' Wreck. Lock that in. Yeah, buddy. Lonzo, I'm going to let you make the determination if you want to lock this in. South Carolina's at home. South Carolina is getting a point. Getting a point. That means it's effectively a pick'em game because there's no ties, right? South Carolina, Kentucky is a pick'em game at the crib for the Gamecocks. This means that Vegas believes that Kentucky's about a field goal better than the Gamecocks. But it also means that at 7:30 at Willie B, everybody drinking out in the Fairgrounds parking lot for a few extra hours before they head on into the stadium. That place is going to be electric boogie woogie woogie on Saturday night. So, are we locking in South Carolina to outright win this football contest? Yes, says the great one. He's locking it in. I am not that confident, unfortunately. I'm not. I want to be. Kentucky can run the ball real well. They can stop the run pretty well, which means that it's going to be real tough for Mario Anderson to get going unless Lonzo, and we talked about this on the live stream. If you're not watching it, you should, because we give you free stuff during the breaks there. To me, this game comes down to Xavier Legette, Nick Harbor, Marion Brown, Omega Blake, comes down to Spencer Rattler. If South Carolina can move the ball through the air and open up the run game for Super Mario Anderson, they will win. If they can't find guys down the field, it's going to be a long day for the Gamecocks. I'm not as confident it's a great one, but you say lock it in.
Yeah, because if it comes down to a shootout, the better passing team should win. And because you can score points a lot faster, and then the running team, it takes them a lot longer to get down the field. So I'm going to go with it for that reason. And it means more to South Carolina than it does to Kentucky. South Carolina needs to win this game, and they've got to win next week in order to be bowl eligible.
I am going to push back on that. I do not think it means more I think it feels that way for us, but it does not mean more. Kentucky is a football team that 4 weeks ago, we all thought was like, oh, Lord, Kentucky's good.
I don't know about we. I mean, you and some others. So, yeah.
I thought Kentucky was on their way up. I thought Kentucky was pushing forward. I thought the Kentucky Wildcats deserved to put the K in respect.
Then I thought they're just Kentucky. So, I mean,
Kentucky has lost 4 games. However, the 4 losses they've taken, about as good as they can be, against Georgia, against Bama, against Mizzou, against Tennessee. Listen, where does South Carolina fall in that hierarchy? I'd say of the 4 teams Kentucky's lost to, they're all better than South Carolina, and demonstrably so.
Well, record-wise, for sure.
Record-wise, and Missouri beat them. I'm not saying South Carolina's as good as Georgia, Tennessee, or Alabama, and Mizzou beat them. So they're the 5th best team. Kentucky has not lost the game that is of South Carolina quality, but they can end this season with wins over South Carolina and Louisville, 2 winnable games for the Wildcats at 8-4. And for a team that at one point lost 3 in a row, that's a pretty good feeling.
And they could also lose. Lock it in, South Carolina.
All right. There you go. Zoe saying lock in South Carolina. You're catching the point. Means they got to win outright, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you can push if they lose by 1. If it's like 21-20, you can push that bet. But we're going for the win here. Here's one. I think the Oregon Ducks are the most complete team in college football right now, right? They do not have the best offense in football. They do not have the best defense in football, but they are the most balanced team through all 3 phases of the game, in my ever so humble opinion. I think they arguably have a better offense than Georgia. I think they've got a better defense than Bama, or excuse me, as good of a defense as Bama right now. I know that's going to shock a lot of you people. Watch the Ducks play. That being said, Arizona State is getting, what was my line earlier? You remember what the points I told you? The points that I circle and I go, this is my hard number, 24.5. Arizona State is catching 24. They've got to be within 3 touchdowns and a field goal, and the push is on the table at an even 24. I like that line. I want the points. I'm going to desperately need the points. I feel like I'm going to be sweating this one out, Zoe. But give me the Sun Devils plus 24. I think Oregon's going to win this game, but I think they win by like 20-21. Give me the Sun Devils plus 24 against the Oregon Ducks. Let's lock that in. I feel okay about that one. Like pretty good. All right, let's move over to the National Football League. These are my favorite college bets. Let's take a look at the NFL. I'm going to start with this one. Lonzo, you ain't going to like this one. I love this one. Arizona plus 5 taking on the Houston Texans. I got to be within 4. CJ Stroud v. Kyler Murray. The only reason I like this is because Kyler Murray ain't exhausted right now. If I was worried about the Call of Duty effect, last week is when I would have been worried about it. Against Atlanta, Kyler Murray went into Atlanta and beat Atlanta. I'm not arguing that Atlanta's as good as Houston. Honestly, they're probably not. What I am saying is if you're
what a weird statement that was.
That the Atlanta Falcons aren't as good as the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
I stand by it.
Yeah.
Do you disagree?
No, I'm just
think so.
thinking at the beginning of the season how
Wait,
bad
you'd call
Houston
me a
was.
lunatic.
Well, you wouldn't have said it.
Correct. And if I did, you'd have been like, boss, I think you need to come get Rob. I think he's having some issues on air right now.
Yeah, there's nobody in radio who isn't
He's
having
doing crazy
issues.
talk. He's doing the crazy thing. I am going to go Cardinals plus 5. I don't know that they win this game, but hey, how many of CJ's wins have been last second field goals, last second touchdowns to take the lead? He's winning games, but he's in very tight, very close games. The Cardinals, they got a little belief in themselves now after they get win number 2. I think they keep it close. I think Houston wins the game. I just need the Cardinals to be within 5, and I think they will be. Cardinals plus 5. Lock that in for me. Let's go. I'll give you another one. Lonzo, set the line right now. How many points are the Dallas Cowboys favored over the Carolina Panthers by? Take a stab at it.
All right, it's NFL, so it's not like college. So I'm going to go 18.
10.5.
Wow, I went way too much.
Yeah. 10.5. Dude.
What?
Listen, we're going to need a different sounder for this.
Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, okay. So either they believe in Carolina more than we do, or they don't believe in Dallas as much.
I don't know. There is no world in which this line is 10.5. All right. I need you, Lonzo, to get rid of the shotgun rack here, and I just need a full burst AK-47 lock of the week, of the month, of the year, of the century, of the millennia.
Yeah, I'm a couple hours away from vacation. Don't expect that kind of effort out of me.
Cowboys minus 10.5 over the Panthers. Lonzo, lock that in. And then again. And then again. And then again.
America.
And then one more time. I'm throwing a paycheck at this game, dude. I'm throwing my paycheck and the fiance's paycheck at this game. I'm throwing Lonzo's paycheck at this game. We're all getting rich. Minus 10.5. Dallas going to win this game by 24 points, man. I'm sorry to go full screaming A. Smith on you right here.
Yeah, but
10.5?
Yeah, but Frank Reich is taking the play calling back over. So yeah, that's worth a touchdown, right?
Yeah, for the Cowboys. You're exactly right. That's 7 free points.
Wait,
boys.
Who's on the field? That's no oh, sorry.
All right.
That was my Frank Reich.
Let me reach over and pull back the curtain a little bit for you here. One of the ways that I build these bets is that I, as a host on the nationally syndicated BetQL Network show Bet for the Cycle, along with Cody Decker from noon to 4 every single Saturday, I have access to news tools and information that you people don't. All right? I got some special stuff. I got the special
So you're
sauce
saying
back here.
you don't know ball, but the people behind you do?
Oh, I know ball. It's really
Okay.
more just for validation than it is information. One of the things that I get is from our friends at BetMGM. I get a little look-see at where the money's coming in on these games. right? They tell me where the tickets came in from the opening jump. Most of the time, about the highest number you're going to see is about 75% of the money coming in on one team. This is public money. This is nationally who's going in on a team. They keep two numbers, the pro bettors and the public betting. Pro bettors are people like me, people who like go in for, and this is what we do, right? Because we know ball. And then there's the public betting. Now, this is very interesting. The highest number you ordinarily see is about 75%. Every now and then you'll see one that trickles up to like 80, 81. The highest number outside of this game that I saw this weekend is 83% of the public money coming in on Detroit minus 7.5 over the Bears. And by the way, go ahead and lock that in. Detroit minus 7.5 over Chicago. They're going to win that by 14. But this number, Lonzo, public money, 92% of the public money is coming in on the Dallas Cowboys. Here's an even better number. In the professional numbers, these are the people who, like, their job is to go into sports books and gamble and win money. 98% of the sharp money, of the professional money, 98% of the professionals who put money on this game put it on the Cowboys minus 10.5.
So the other percentage of people are just really gambling.
2%. And I promise you, here's what they did. They looked at this. In fact, let me go pull up the exact line on this game. Not the line. We know what the line is, minus 10.5. I want to look at what the money line upset number is. Okay. Because what this says to me is this is such an enormous money line upset number that they're going, yeah, there's about a 99% chance that I lose this. But if I win, it's only 4-1. 4-1. You throw $100 back and the Panthers find an upset, you get $400 back. Is that enough to blow $100? Not to me. 98% of the professionals' money is coming in on the Dallas Cowboys.
Can you
minus
bet like
$10.5.
$10?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Get back 40.
You can bet $1 and get back $4 if you want.
I mean, well, the 10, I think that'd be worth it.
Oh, I'm throwing $100 at this game. This is my lock of the week, of the month, of the century, without a doubt. Lock it in. Cowboys minus 10.5. I'm gonna give you one more. Jaguars. They got smoked by San Francisco. They got embarrassed by the 49ers. They're at home this weekend against the Tennessee Titans. The Jaguars are laying 7. I'm laying the 7 with them. And for them, Jaguars over the Titans, lay the 7. Let's lock that in. And Lonzo.
Is Will Levis playing?
As far as I know, yeah. Don't care.
No,
Trevor Lawrence is playing.
No, I'm just saying that would be an interesting matchup.
Sure it would. Zoe, I got one more. You ain't gonna like it.
You going Monday night, are you?
I'm going Monday night. All right. Lonzo may or may not play the lockdown sound for this one. The Eagles are plus 2.5 on the road at the Chiefs. What does that mean? It's a pick'em game. Vegas thinks this is a 50-50 shot. Philly at the Chiefs. Philly getting 2.5. They're getting a field goal. I think this game is coming down to the wire, and I'm taking the 2.5 for Philly. And I think on top of that, some of these moves, the reason we do clock in and lock in on a Friday is because between here and Monday, this line can move a little bit. And my question mark is going to be, do people start coming in on Eagles? The Chiefs have not, as Lonzo and I talked about earlier this week, the Chiefs have not looked like the Chiefs of old, right? And by old, I mean last year. They've not looked like the Chiefs of old. The Eagles, on the other hand, playing probably their best ball right now. This line, I think, is probably going to shrink down to a pick'em game, like maybe the Eagles get a 0.5 point or something like that. I don't think it matters. I'm going to grab it now at 2.5 because it's going to shrink. Give me the Eagles plus 2.5 on the Kansas City Chiefs. Lock that in.
All right, before I hit the button, I just want to say this is very disrespectful.
Is this disrespect? Yeah. It is the disrespect in the Chiefs alarm. Sorry about it. Sorry about everybody handing the Chiefs the Lombardi right there. That's my bad. Give me the Eagles plus 2.5 on the road to the Chiefs. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, take a look at a couple of the other NFL games of the week that I like. Then we got the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast, and I have been confirmed. John Jarrell and Kev all in the studio today.
Wow.
Because we talked so much smack about it last week. They were like, well, we got to do it now.
Cool.
So we get them all up in here, and we'll do it coming up to wrap up this hour of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, live read right here. Don't go anywhere. We shall return ever so briefly. All right, we're back, y'all. Thanks for hanging out, man. Good to have everybody. Pardon me while I eat a granola bar. In your ears.
Pressure is on Oregon. This is Arizona State's.
I'm just a Crystal Vecchio. Miami Dolphins host the Las Vegas Raiders coming off of a bye week, and it's my favorite game of the week. Vegas has the Fins as a 13.5-point favorite, and my lord, do I love that number. Twice this year they've been double-digit favorites, and twice they've covered easily. Miami is a team that loves beating up on weaker ones and won't let their foot off the gas. Take the Dolphins and don't look back. I'm Tristan Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why
why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I get real sick of having to deal with constant joint pain. I'm a golfer, kills my knees, my hips, and that is why I am here to tell you all about QC Kinetics. Hey, it's Rob Brown. Listen, QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, giving you your life back. So your hips, shoulders, elbows, whatever, they can all be treated with natural biologics from your own body. So if you are tired of steroid shots that don't work, or if you're trying to avoid surgery, maybe, then call QC Kinetics right now to schedule your free consultation and learn about these exciting new cutting-edge treatments for pain caused by arthritis or injury with no drugs, no pain meds, and no downtime. It's an all-natural treatment that can get you lasting relief. And people in the area are raving about the results. Be the next one to do that, okay? Call right now. Appointments are available. 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772. That's QC Kinetics in Greenville and Asheville. 864-448-3772.
Attention all football fans. Are you ready to experience
Kobe.
treatment and banking? Look no further than Founders Federal Credit Union, where personalized service is the winning play. Don't settle for being just another number. Join Founders and receive the personalized attention you deserve, along with great rates, loans for any reason, and a dynamic online experience. Visit one of their 41 convenient office locations or visit foundersfcu.com to see if you qualify for membership. Relax, go Rebels!
Furman closes the regular season on Saturday at Wofford. We want you to join us on the broadcast on the Fan Upstate, beginning with Pepsi Countdown to kickoff at 10:30 a.m., kick at noon. Furman and Wofford, Saturday on the Fan Upstate.
Hey, this is Richard Deck, host of the Sports Media Podcast. If you're interested in what's happening with all the places where you can sports, the Sports Media Podcast has you covered. Here's longtime NFL and NBA announcer.
Would I find this entertaining if I was sitting on the couch watching the game, or would this be the enjoyment for the viewer, or at some point are you becoming an annoyance?
Listen on the Odyssey app.
Today, consider a warm high of 71.
Weather brought to you by AutoZone. What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Sponsored by...
Reports that former Ravens and Jets quarterback Joe Flacco is working out for Cleveland this morning.
Elite is back.
What if RG3 is going down there? I mean, you know, if they're hosting Joe Flacco, I mean, you know, why not? Oh, that's us.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. Short segment here as we have got the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast coming up in the next segment. We'll go full segment with them, obviously, as we get to round number 3 of the South Carolina High School football playoffs. The Burns Rebels eliminated last Friday night at home against the Hillcrest Rams. We're going to talk about those Rams, talk about Gaffney as well, who is still alive, the last team standing from that region. So we got all that coming up in the very next segment. Can I, man, I don't want to do this. I don't, but I feel like I kind of have to. Last night, the Cincinnati Bengals fell to the Baltimore Ravens. Joey B had to leave the game in the second quarter. There was something wrong with his wrist. There was something wrong coming into the game. He got hit in that game early. Second quarter, he flipped a little touchdown screen out to Joe Mixon. Then he had to leave the game, and he would not return. And the only thing that kind of drove me crazy about it, great one, was Al Michaels. Is Al just, I'm fine with it. I'm sorry to take it off your list, but I got to talk about it. Is Al just mailing it in at this point? Like, is he just happy to have a multi-million-dollar gig calling Thursday night games? And he's like, hey, if I do it for 1 year, I do it for 1 year. Because there was a point last night.
He's like 70-something years old. I
mean, I don't care. I love Al Michaels. But last night, there was one play that jumped out at me. Baltimore had the ball. It was like 3rd and 17. They run a little screen play to the outside. Just try to set up for a shorter field goal. He tosses it to the running back. The running back slips out to the right, catches the ball. He's running to the near stick of the first down set, right? He's running to the close chain, the original first down mark chain. And Al's like, catches the ball in the right flats. Can he get to the first down marker? And I'm like, the first down marker's 12 more yards away, man. What are you looking at? There's listen, I know that you're looking to the field, but the guys in the booth, they have these big television monitors in front of them. And on that monitor, they see what is going out on TV, so they can talk to you about what's happening there. But even if not, I am sorry. I know that I am a very average play-by-play guy. I know that I am nowhere near the level of what Al Michaels has accomplished in his career. But if you can't see where the ball was spotted on first down, recognized what happened on first and second down, and know that that is the original first down marker, not the marker of the first down, and you are hyping up that run, even though he is 10 yards short of a first down, as if he is fighting for the game itself, just move on, dude. Just move on.
I've heard tell from other people in booths, like on Monday nights and Sunday nights, that sometimes that they imbibe before they jump on, and perhaps Al just had a few too many. It's possible, and you always get offended by this. Have you heard what Joe Buck and Troy Aikman have talked about? I am saying that there's a possibility that this older man who doesn't care anymore decided to knock a few more than he should have before he got on the call. You don't have to defend alcohol, and I'm not coming at alcohol. I'm just saying that could come into play.
Is it a possibility? Sure. But it has been like this.
I would rather say that he's drunk than he's losing it.
No, I'd rather say he's losing it than he's drunk. And here's the reason why. Because as a drinker, first off, yes, I know that you were not doing this to poke the bear. But yes, it does bother me when somebody like me who busts their rear to be a professional and also likes to have a whiskey every now and then, every time somebody does something
would you
like
do
this,
it before you go on the air?
No, I would not.
And it's been reported by Joe Buck and to some other people that they do that before they go on the air. So
I will tell you that there is a difference between what Buck and Aikman said, which is we do a shot of tequila before we go on the air. That is not going to – I don't care how small of a lightweight you are.
If you do that here and I see you do it, you can't go on the air.
I understand that, but I'm Joe Buck.
Yeah, right.
Now, here's what I'll say. If it is because of booze, and I think that's I think that's not the thing. I think Al Michaels is just losing it in his 70s.
You're getting bent about something that's definitely a possibility.
I am, because it casts a certain light on people who like to have a whiskey every now and then, as if we are incapable of being professionals. But that's a personal feeling. I'm going to say this. Al Michaels, a dude that has made a career out of being one of the greatest play-by-play guys of all time, has been doing this every single Thursday, all season long. Every Thursday, Al Michaels has just been bad to the point that it takes away from the football game. If it is because Al is doing a Joe Buck and having a shot of tequila before he goes on the air, then at some point, Amazon's got to go, you can't do that anymore.
All right, so just because I wanted to, and in X, I put Al Michaels drunk. And cut after cut after cut, tweet after X after X after X. Is Al Michaels drunk? Is Al Michaels drunk? Is Al Michaels drunk? Is Al Michaels drunk? You're getting offended on this, and I'm just saying what a lot of other people are saying, that could be a possibility. I don't care either way, because I was asleep by the time he got to that point. But there's a good shot that maybe he was drunk.
Maybe. I
But
accept it as a
But
possibility.
you're getting bent out of shape about the possibility, and because you think that I'm coming at the alcohol, and I'm not. People do get drunk and do stupid things, Rob. They do.
I agree.
They absolutely do. And some of them end up in jail because of it. And then some of them embarrass themselves on what would have been nationwide TV, but how many people actually watch Prime? That's really what it comes down to. And you could say, hey, he's technically on the internet, so he can do whatever he wants.
I'll say this. Regardless of the audience, I've got to think that if you are an NFL program, I've got to think that if you are the NFL or if you are Amazon Prime or if you are anybody else, there is a point somewhere that you go, Al just don't got it no more. Al just don't got it no more. When he gets to a point where he is mistaking the original first down marker for the first down, he just don't got it no more. And I absolutely think it's a problem at this point. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Kevin Thomas, Jarrell Hendricks, John Epps of the Moving the Chains podcast join us to break down round 3 of the South Carolina high school football playoffs. We'll do that next on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a minute while we get the boys set up. Don't go nowhere. Be right back.
It was a tease that you gave everybody, and I don't see him
specifically by Kevin Thomas that we were getting all 3 members of the Moving the Chains pod today.
Kevin, did you and Rob get your haircut at the same place? I mean, yours looks nice, by the way.
We actually held hands. It was really sweet.
It was
cool. Did they do the tandem shave? They shaved one side of his face and then shaved one side.
Exactly.
Where's Jarrell? I don't see him.
That's a good question.
Jarrell.
Good question.
He told me he was coming.
He told me he was coming.
The 5 box is cool because someone gets to be not here. Yeah, I've done it over there. But the 5 box is really cool. That's all I care about. I just want to see the 5th box. I know Zach, he teased the whole thing. He set the whole thing up and he was wrong.
If Jarrell's not here, you can all get mad at Kevin for telling me he would be. All right. I'm only as good as my sources.
Well, there's a rule in radio. You don't tease it till you see it. And you didn't see it. So you jumped the gun.
It's my mistake for trusting Kevin.
Well, this is going
Kevin
to
and I were told wrong.
This is going to be a season-long bit. We're just going to keep doing this. I'm going to tell you Aaron's going to be here, and somebody's not going to be.
We'll have to do it next year because we're almost done this year.
Yeah.
Zach on the stream also agrees that your cut looks good, Kevin.
Appreciate that, Zach. You got the holidays coming up. You got to be around the family. You got to be looking fresh for that,
My family all looks like me. So, I mean,
You're good to go already.
Yeah. I'm already set up and ready for the deal. I actually am getting a haircut next week. No one will be able to tell, but I'm going to get a haircut.
I might do that too.
I got made to give it up, Phyllis. It's over.
No.
Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it, John? I'm gonna get 5 inches taken off next week, and it will feel like I lost 10 pounds. Always does. I get my haircut twice a year. I think the last time I got a haircut was March, maybe.
It's efficient.
Yes, Zach, they all look like Santa Claus. Really, they do. Except they all wear headbands, kind of like Duck Dynasty. So, but I think they did it
had
first.
a headband phase for a minute.
I still have them. I just I got to wait till I'm 60 before I start wearing them regularly.
I didn't know that was a rule.
Oh yeah, it's a family thing.
Learn something new every day.
It's fair.
The only thing that I don't do that they do is ride a motorcycle, which I've done before, but I just can't afford that. No, Jacob, I'm not. I mean, I moved to South Carolina with a mullet 26 years ago. I could rock it again if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that. Because then people will tune in and only look at me. And Rob
I can't have that.
Rob couldn't. Yeah, it's kind of a rule.
I can't have that.
Next thing you know, I'll be in the little box.
Yep. Put you in the diesel box. All right, ladies and gentlemen, away we go with the fellas from the Moving the Chains podcast. We have with us this morning John Epps and a liar. Kevin Thomas is here as well, who told me that we were going to have all three, which means one of two things. Either Jarrell is now big timing, even his big timing move of last week, by upping it by going, oh, no, I'm going to be there, and then not showing, which is just the big timest I've ever been big timed, or Kevin's a liar. Which one is it, buddy?
Jarrell's big timest, man. I
Okay.
mean, that's all I can tell you,
All right. I'm just, listen, I didn't want to hold it against you, Kev, but, I thought Jarrell was better than this. I really did.
Maybe he's on West Coast time.
He might be.
Could be.
Wait,
Maybe.
he's under the bus now.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. For sure, 100%. We got Kevin Thomas. We got John Epps from the Moving the Chains podcast. You can find their stuff at movingchains.com. No G in that. Same is the handle on Facebook and Instagram and X, formerly known as Twitter. You can also check out their podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever your podcasts are found. Fellas, let us begin with a game I thought I was going to be involved with, but unfortunately, Burns Rebels get knocked off last week as the Hillcrest Rams go into Nixon Field, get the upset in this one. I mean, I've given my thoughts plenty of times on what happened in this game. Hillcrest came in and played their butts off without a doubt, but I do honestly, I've got to call them as I see them, think Burns shot themselves in the foot more often than they did in last week, and Hillcrest was the beneficiary of that. I don't know if you've got a chance to go back and watch any film from last week, if you have any thoughts on that, or any thoughts on Hillcrest traveling to JL Mann tonight.
Last week, Rob, I was super impressed with just, Hillcrest, a program that just didn't give up. They're down 14 early in the third quarter, kept fighting back, sent that game to overtime, were able to come up with a big defensive stop there and win that one. But this game tonight should be really fun. We actually saw this matchup back in week 10. JL Mann won by 7 in a back-and-forth ball game. But a key in that one was Hillcrest quarterback Caleb Sutton got hurt early in that game. As you saw last week, he's back. He looks pretty healthy, maybe not quite 100%, but pretty healthy right now. Playing good football, gives him a different dynamic running and throwing the ball. And then Avery McFadden, what he brings to the table. He scored 3 ways last week, as you saw, throwing, receiving, rushing, all-around dynamic player. I think Hillcrest gets some revenge tonight, gets a win at JL Mann. But the Patriots, man, their story has been great this year. Hats off to Coach Watson. 2 Greenville County teams in the third round. You don't see a whole lot of that happening. So it should be a great ball game, but I like the Rams in this one.
John?
I do too. JL Mann's had a great season. They started off hot last year too, and then fizzled out in region play. Not the case this year. And hey, Hillcrest has got to beat them. They already beat them once. They get to play them at home. JL Mann's kind of comes in this game with the top hand, I feel like. But yeah, with Sutton being back and having arguably his best game of the season last week, he's playing with some confidence. The whole Hillcrest team is. I like the Rams to win a close one tonight.
I do too. Let me tell you why and get your thoughts on it. Last week, the single most impressive thing about Hillcrest, Burns' defensive line got nowhere near Caleb Sutton. And they had to, right? Because even playing, it was very obvious that he was not 100% on that one wheel. I mean, he had a bit of a flat tire, and the only way he was going to survive is if he stayed upright. That Hillcrest offensive line dominated Burns across the front 4 in a way that no one else has. I am talking Gaffney, Spartanburg, Boiling Springs, Dorman. Nobody was able to keep the Burns defensive line out of their backfield, and Hillcrest did, and that's where they won that game.
That offensive line has been playing great the last 2 weeks, Rob. You look back to round 1 of the playoffs, they paved the way for Thomas Stanley to set a single game rushing record with 230 plus, something like that back in round 1. And then last week to have that great pass blocking performance they did. They were playing really good up front. Will be needed tonight for sure. And I think that's a big key. That's a great point there.
Their defensive line has been good all year too.
Their defensive line forced a couple of fumbles at the line last week, and I think that is another major aspect of it. Let's move on and get a couple of other games in here, fella. We've got Gaffney at Dutch Fork. Both of these teams, regular season, probably not what they expected to be. Gaffney ends at 9-3, Dutch Fork 7-5 through the playoffs so far. Both of these teams, not what they wanted to be in the regular season, but maybe playing their best ball heading into round 3 of the playoffs. And Gaffney, the last team standing, and what we all thought was maybe one of the best regions in the state this year. This one could be a barn burner, fellas.
Dutch Fork kind of, survived last week. TL Hanna had a field goal block. This time expired. Dutch Fork wins by 3. The question for me is quarterback John Hunt. He had been playing really well going into last week. Missed all of last week's ball game. I don't know if he's back or not. It's really a worry there for the Silver Foxes. Gaffney, like you said, Rob, the one team left at Region 2-5A. They've been, kind of up and down all year. Tons of talent both sides of the ball. But what worries you in this game at this point in the season, they have a tendency to turn it over, have a tendency to have some, unsportsmanlike penalties, some bad penalties. You can't really stand for that this time of the year. I think Dutch Fork at home, Coach Knox has got those boys rolling. I think they win that ball game.
Yeah, I agree with Kev here. I think Gaffney is just as good, maybe better than Dutch Fork. You got guys like Amazing Little John out there, one of the best wide receivers around. Staten at quarterback is coming to his own here in the second half of the season. But Dutch Fork is playing really good football. They're playing very confident, and they've played great defense all season long. I think this game is going to come down to Dutch Fork making less mistakes than the Gaffney Indians, and that's going to be the difference in this ball game. We may look back on Spaces later here tonight and go, gosh, if Gaffney could have done this, or not done this, or this in that situation. they probably win the game. I think this will be a pretty close, low-scoring game where Dutch Fork plays a little bit cleaner and moves on.
How big is home field advantage for Dutch Fork in this game? I have seen what Gaffney looks like in the postseason, and it is, let's just say, rambunctious around 7:30 on a Friday night. How big is it for Dutch Fork to be the host in this game?
Well, it's something that we mentioned on our previous show, Rob, where it's not really, they don't have the best home field environment in Dutch Fork. They don't. But the key is that they don't have to go to the reservation. Like, that's why it's really important. Is just that they're not on the road. So it's certainly helpful. Gaffney's going to travel well, of course, but it won't be as Gaffney heavy as it would be if it was up in Cherokee County for sure.
All right, let's take a look. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, it will certainly be a packed house no matter what.
All right, let's talk one last upstate team. Greenville is at Northwestern in the 4A division. What are we looking at in that game?
Yeah, a ton of talent is what we're looking at. We got a lot of talent on the Northwestern side of the game. Northwestern side with Turbo Richard, Finley Polk at quarterback. Greenville, we're all familiar with Mazio Bennett, how great of an athlete he is. And Greenville just littered with talent on the offensive line as well. Really, really good, talented football teams here. But this is going to be a long night for the Red Raiders. Northwestern is just, you can't put together a team better than what Northwestern is this year. This same Northwestern team that embarrassed Gaffney earlier in the season. Really, they've embarrassed everybody that's come across their path. Nothing against Greenville, but I see Northwestern just continuing to roll tonight. They are as good of a football team as you're going to find in this state.
Yeah, I agree. Turbo Richard, super, super good player. BC commit, one of my favorite guys to watch in the state. Like John said, I think Northwestern best team in the state. I think the only chance Greenville has is for Mazio Bennett to have like a historic, legendary performance. He's going to need 200 plus, 3 or 4 touchdowns. He can do it, certainly. I think the Trojans are just too good right now.
All right, we got John Epps, Kevin Thomas from the Moving the Chains pod. I got about 30 seconds for both of you here before we got to go, but and I should have put more time in here. We've got that new high school rule that just got passed earlier this week. The transfer rule effectively states that if a kid transfers out of district into your school, they will now count as 3 kids in your population instead of 1. Basically a way to prevent schools from just hoarding a bunch of talent and then staying as a 2A or 3A school. It's going to rapidly accelerate you up through the division rankings. What you guys' thoughts on that? About 30 seconds apiece.
I think it's not going to solve the problem they want it to solve. Because I think the problem is, Rob, every school, whether you're a private school, a charter school or not, has a bunch of kids like this. Like you look at somewhere like Greenville, where you can really go to any school you want in the county, even if you're not zoned for that school. You have to fill out the right paperwork. So I think every school is going to get lifted up. It's going to take some work to get to where they want it to be. I know their thoughts behind it, but I don't think this is quite the final answer that they want to get to.
I don't know if this is the exact perfect solution, but I do think it's a step in the right direction. I would like to see some of the schools get bumped up. Maybe not discourage kids from leaving district, but putting those schools in the appropriate classification. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
I like it. We'll talk more about this later on this week. We got Kevin Thomas, John Epps, the Moving the Chains fellas are here. You can find their stuff at movingchains.com, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Moving Chains. And, of course, their podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts. And on Friday night, they do a Twitter Spaces at the end of the evening to catch you up on scores. They got players and coaches and fans that stop by to break down the games. Where you boys at tonight?
Gray Collegiate hosting Strom Thurmond down in West Columbia. A big-time 2A matchup.
Very nice little road trip for the Moving the Chains fellas. Appreciate you, boys. We'll talk to you next week, and we got semifinals coming up next time. I like it.
That's right. Appreciate it, Rob. Thanks, Lonzo.
Excited, man.
You got it, fellas.
Thanks, Lonzo.
For sure. Kevin Thomas, John Epps, Moving the Chains. Find them at Moving Chains, and make sure you're following them on X, formerly known as Twitter. Make sure you're following Lonzo for its Sports Flash now.
We guarantee that Jarrell will be there next week. We guarantee that. Despite weeks of defending themselves, the Michigan Wolverines accepted the Big Ten suspension of head coach Jim Harbaugh for the rest of the year. Michigan has withdrawn its legal challenge against the conference. Harbaugh will be unavailable this weekend against Maryland and next Saturday against the Ohio State University. Last night, the Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Baltimore Ravens 34-20 in Thursday Night Football. They also lost their winning record as they dropped to 5-5. They may have lost more than that as quarterback Joe Burrow exited the game in the second quarter, clenching his wrist, which may or may not have been injured already when he showed up for the game. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tonight at 6 p.m. as the Paladins take on Coastal Carolina right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball, The Fan, Upstate.
Bill Frady here. Still on the New Life Weight Loss Maintenance Program. Still burning the visceral fat, still gaining the lean body mass, and I'm increasing this is real food. It's not a gimmick. Check them out. New Life Weight Loss.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 864-203-4290. That's 864-203-4290 or online at mynewlifeweightloss.com. That's mynewlifeweightloss.com.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me.
Rob appears to be confused.
All the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com.
They just played a soap commercial. Did you hear it?
It's not on here. It's it's an internet thing. I've noticed that before, and I've walked through and heard. It was Irish Spring, was it?
Yeah.
Because I heard it the other day when I walked through.
I love the commercial. It said, next time you're at the grocery store, I dare you not to think about the scent of Irish Spring. And I'm like, I have never thought about the scent of Irish Spring. It's never happened.
That used to be their big thing back in the day, is smelling the soap, the Irish Spring. That was one of their.
Yeah, I remember that.
They would cut it open so you could see it's the same all the way through. And yeah, so if you're listening on the app, you're going to hear some different commercials than you hear here. Gable's in the first break.
Gable's in the first break.
If you need a new unit, Priority Heating and Air is a proud distributor of the Coleman line of HVAC systems. So keep your family or business cool this summer and give Priority Heating and Air a call today at 591-1847 or find them online at PriorityHeatingandAirHVAC.com. Priority Heating and Air. Oh, it's cold.
Honey. Honey. You need Dayquil Severe Honey.
Dayquil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honey-licious taste because life doesn't stop for a cold. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Honeylicious.
Try Dayquil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. Dayquil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honey-licious, power through your day medicine. Use this directed. You gotta reach your children.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
This whole report for free?
That's right. Print it and on your phone for free.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Stay WORD Spartanburg.
The official sports voice of the Upstate. CBS Sports Radio. Live from the Philadelphia.
It's probably me. It's more than likely. I apologize. I will take the blame on that one. Because I'm sick, man. Leave me alone, Zach.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The fourth, the final, the best hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What up, world? Great to be with you. And just after 9 a.m. on a Friday, the football weekend, so tantalizingly close that we can taste it, which is phenomenal news. Unless you're a Bengals fan who watched Joey B leave the field in the second quarter last night with an injury to his throwing hand that was not great.
Well, the real question is, and it's on everyone's mind, was he injured before he got there? Because there's a picture and it looks like he has a cast on his arm and it wasn't reported, and that is a no-no in the NFL.
So, if you missed it, during the game last night, they showed a very brief video of Joey B getting off the plane in Baltimore with some sort of brace on his throwing hand. Joey B played a quarter and a half. There was a spot where he took a shot and landed on his hand. He came up kind of flexing it. And then in the second half, he threw a short screen pass out to running back Joe Mixon. And when he did, he immediately bent over and grabbed his wrist and was kind of flexing that hand up and had to leave the game. Went into the back, got some x-rays done, came back out. They showed him at one point on the sideline warming up. Well, I guess seeing if he could go. And he pulled the ball back to throw. And just the act of stopping the ball before he got into his throwing motion, the ball just popped out of his hand and he immediately grabbed it again. That's real bad. They are calling it a sprained right wrist, exacerbated by that hit that he took earlier. He also landed on that wrist a couple of times when rolling out of the pocket. The Bengals are now 5-5 after getting beat up last night by the Baltimore Ravens 34-20. And that is very interesting, Zoe, because we came into this year thinking that we were going to have probably a 3-horse race in the AFC. We thought it was going to be likely Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Buffalo. Well, Kansas City is 7-2. They're upholding their end of the bargain. But Cincinnati is 5-5. They are dead last in the AFC North. That includes behind the Cleveland Browns. The Buffalo Bills are second in the AFC East, and they are 500 at 5-5 as it continues to prove to be the AFC least at this point.
You know, it's been my experience, Rob, throughout life that pretenders will be found out eventually. And, you know, the cream rising to the top and all that kind of stuff. You know,
you gotta say it right, though.
There's a team.
You gotta say it right, though.
Well, how do I say it right? Okay, yeah, that would kill me. I'd be, yeah.
The cream raises to the top. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would have no voice at all if I tried that. And so there's this team that's been there at the top for quite some time. They may drop off a game or two, but usually they're number one or number two, and they stay that way for the entire season. That would be the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you guessed that's the direction I was going. So be the man, you got to beat the man, and sometimes you just ain't the man, and people see it. I mean, you can't hide it.
Who is right now in the AFC? Who's the biggest threat to your Chiefs?
I don't want to say Baltimore, but I'm going to say Baltimore.
I think you have to say Baltimore, right? Listen, last night, I think Baltimore gets credit for taking care of business and not much else, right? I mean, yes, you beat the Bengals. You put away a divisional opponent. You force them back to 5-5. You have all but, not entirely, we'll see when and if Joey B gets back, but you have all but put them out of even a playoff spot by driving them to the basement of the AFC North. The Ravens are 8-3. And as we have mentioned, this is a year that everybody, up to and including the Eagles and the Chiefs, have at least one dumb loss. The Ravens have a loss to the Colts. That's a dumb loss. They have a loss to the Steelers and the Browns. Those aren't dumb losses, by the way. Those are both respectable losses.
For the last 5 years or more, maybe the last decade, the AFC has been the stronger conference when you look as far as how many teams could possibly win it all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's shifted. I just think there's only a couple teams, period, on either side. Right now, it just looks like Kansas City, possibly Baltimore, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. And you could question San Francisco.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to name a team. Yes or no Super Bowl contender. Not winner, contender. Miami.
No.
I agree. Buffalo.
No.
I agree. Baltimore.
Yes.
Yes.
That
Pittsburgh.
No.
Cleveland.
Definitely not now. No.
Definitely not now. I agree. I disagree with Pittsburgh.
Their defense is good enough. It depends on who they end up getting. I mean, could Flacco come in there? Because we just saw reports that Flacco is trying out. Could Flacco come in there with that defense and with a running game when it's working is really good? Could he come in and manage that team to a Super Bowl? Maybe.
This may shock you, but I am going to say no.
Okay.
No. Jacksonville.
No, and I know you're going to disagree with that.
I am going to disagree with that.
That's fine. Did you see? I don't know if you saw their last game. It was
atrocious.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was atrocious. It was not pretty bad. It was disgusting. They have 3 losses. They have a loss to the Chiefs. That's understandable. They have a loss to the Texans. Meh.
Unexpected, but with what we're seeing now, probably
awful. Yeah. Not awful. And they have a loss to the 49ers. Now, that's not bad of itself, but it's how they lost to the 49ers 34-3. They got beat down, one of the more embarrassing results of the year. But I also think we may be following to a bit of recency bias if we move that L to the Steelers back to, let's put it 3 in a row, right in between the Chiefs and the Texans. And they've got wins over the Falcons, Bills, Colts, Saints, Steelers, and actually 2 over the Colts. Both of those with Anthony Richardson in play. I would say it would take an uphill battle, and it would probably take some bad luck or a bad game from Kansas City, but I think Jacksonville's in the mix, and there's nobody from the AFC West. So to us, if we are just letting one of us stand for the show, the teams that can win the Super Bowl out of the AFC or contend to get to the Super Bowl out of the AFC are Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and that's the whole list. It's the entire list. And
all right, Lester.
50% of those are 50%.
Lester on the stream says the Dolphins are very close to getting 2 key players back. We will be in the Super Bowl. So says Lester.
I like the Dolphins a lot. I love Mike McDaniels. He is my favorite coach in the NFL because he is me if I was an NFL coach.
He's awesome, but, beat a team that wins.
And that's it, man. That's it. Lester, when you guys get a dub over a good team, I'll believe it. I know you've had a couple of injuries, but beat a team that's good. Here's who you got coming up. The Raiders, bad. The Jets, bad. The Commanders, bad. The Titans, bad. The Jets, bad. It is not until Christmas Eve that you have another game against a 500 or better team, and that's the Dallas Cowboys. You beat Dallas, I'll feel a little bit better. You beat Dallas and Baltimore, I'll feel much better. You beat Dallas, Baltimore, and Buffalo to end the season in a divisional race where Buffalo's likely playing for pride at that point, and I'll feel a lot better going into the playoffs. I certainly think the Dolphins are going to win that division. I don't think it's going to be particularly close unless there is some sort of Josh Allen renaissance and he gets 2 of his names back and goes back to being the triple Josh. But right now he's just Josh. So you're not getting a lot of extra credit. How about over in the NFC? I think we're going to agree the Eagles are a Super Bowl contender. So let's move on to everybody else. Lonzo, the Dallas Cowboys, Super Bowl contender.
Yes.
I have to agree. You have 2 losses. One was San Francisco when they were playing their best ball. One of them was to the Eagles on the road. You lost by 5 in that game. And then you have, as every team does, your one stupid loss getting beat up on by the Pastronaut Josh Dobbs when he was with the Arizona Cardinals.
All right. Admittedly, I leaned more towards yes because I don't want my vacation canceled.
Respect. Detroit, 7-2.
See, I don't know. I want to believe. I really do. And so I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
I do believe. I think their offense is captained by a vet who's got playoff know-how. I think that they have put together an excellent 1-2 punch at running back. It has opened up the field for, I'm going to say, Rob Brown or whoever out of the outfield, out of the wide receiver position to make noise. And defensively, they play like Dan Campbell. They bite off kneecaps. I love it. I think Lions are. Here is one that is right on the borderline to me. I'm going to say no. I love him. Josh Dobbs. I don't think the Vikings have the magic in them. They already struggle in the playoffs. I can't see them getting by a Philly or a Dallas in the first round with Josh Dobbs at QB. I'm pulling for the guy, but I'm going to say no to the Vikings.
They've won like 5 in a row, I think, even with a different quarterback. Maybe they could prove that Kirk Cousins really is the problem. But it's I'm going to go no.
They've won 5 in a row, but 4 of those were the Bears, Packers, Falcons, and Saints.
Got to be who's in front of you.
That's not incorrect. Nobody out of the NFC South. We don't need to waste our breath. So out of the NFC
Thank
West,
you.
San Francisco. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yep. Seattle. Yes or no? They're at the same record as the 49ers.
I know.
In the same division.
I know. I'm going to go no.
With, by the way, a win over the Lions in Detroit, a win over the Browns, a win over the Commanders. Their losses are at Baltimore, at Cincinnati when they were playing well, and versus LA, but that was in week 1 before they were really settled in. I'm going to go Seattle is a contender, but like the bottomest of the contenders, the least of the NFC contenders. So basically, across the entire NFL, if you and I go with only one of us needing to say yes, your entire Super Bowl contender list is Miami, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Dallas, Detroit, San Francisco, Seattle. There are 10 teams out of 32 that are contenders, and I would say I think 5 of those, only one of us said yes. So there are, according to us, 5 teams in the entire NFL that are consensus Super Bowl contenders. And I think, 3 of them out of the AFC and 2 of them out of the NFC and both of those out of the NFC West.
And how many playoff spots are there altogether?
You've got, 7 from both sides, so 14?
So that means there's going to be some other people in there that weren't on that list.
For sure.
In the playoffs.
New Orleans is going to the playoffs for absolutely
wait.
reason.
You can't guarantee that it's going to be New Orleans. It could be Tampa Bay, but still.
That's fair. I'm going to lean New Orleans, but
I don't know why. Why would you do that?
Like this much.
That's the piece of lean, right?
This much.
Did you get the piece
at an acute angle?
Piece of lean. I was just leaning tower.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. We got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we got a few more thoughts that I would like to get to on the show, including a breakdown of some of the extra college and NFL games that we have not gotten to yet. I am Rob Brown. He is the great one, Lonzo. We are on. And we continue it when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, quick live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all.
3772. Are you stuck scrolling endlessly looking for a good sci-fi show? Step away from the algorithm and discover a whole world of TV programmed by humans with Pluto TV. Star Trek: The Next Generation, Godzilla, Farscape, Charmed, and The Twilight Zone, all for free.
So how come we're not hearing such a big deal being made out of AEW going against SmackDown tonight? They're going like 4 hours straight. They're going 2 hours of Collision, 1 hour of Rampage, and then an hour of preview for the pay-per-view tonight. And they're doing it up against SmackDown. You think they're not making a big deal out of it because it's SmackDown? Or
I almost wonder if at some point, if you're Tony, because I mean, like at some point he's got to make the company profitable. It's basically operating at a zero right now. But like, don't you at some point almost want to test the waters and just see what your base viewership is? Like how many people pick us over SmackDown if we don't advertise it? If it's just our base fandom. And I assume the numbers aren't going to be great for them, even with the pay-per-view. But I imagine they're going, all right, we got a go-home show for a major pay-per-view. Let's just see what our baseline audience says about us right now.
there are people who only watch one and don't watch the other. So,
Sure.
I mean,
I watch both, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like if they're both on at the same time, I usually watch WWE first. And I like AEW a lot. Scratch that. I will watch SmackDown first. I would go SmackDown, Dynamite. Nope, SmackDown, Dynamite, Raw.
well, you just don't like the Judgment Day.
No, are you kidding me? I love the Judgment Day.
Well, Judgment Day is Raw.
All the Rhea Ripley. Right. I would watch the Judgment Day.
Okay.
But like they're 20% of Raw. So, Greenville, what do you want to talk about? Spartanburg, what do you want to talk about? Give us your best. Text line 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We will read them on the air. We talked earlier in the show, actually, all the way back in hour number one. If you miss a single hour of the radio broadcast, boy, howdy, do we make it easy for you to get caught up and stay caught up. All you have to do is go to thefanupstate.com. And when you get to thefanupstate.com, click on the podcast button at the top in the center of the page. And when you do, it will drop down a list of the shows. And when you do that, click on the Rob Brown Show. It will open up not only all 4 hours of the show in their entirety and mostly commercial free, so you can scrub through them and listen to the segments you want to listen to. But on top of that, our highlight segments are put out individually for you as well. So if there's one particular topic you want to listen to, you can just click on that. It is a sped up, cleaned up version of every segment that are significantly shorter than they are in real time. So you can check those out as well at thefanupstate.com or by subscribing to the Rob Brown Show on your podcast carrier of choice, Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, whatever, wherever you get your podcast, search and subscribe to the Rob Brown Show and make sure you don't miss a moment of our stellar broadcasting each and every single day. So we have run through the college football schedule for the weekend and given you our must-watch games and a breakdown of each. Let's take a look at our NFL game. 4 teams on the break this week, including 2 out of the NFC South, Atlanta and New Orleans, both catching the bye this week alongside Indianapolis and New England. We got started last night with a 34-20 Baltimore win over the Bengals. Let's jump into our Sunday games here. Great when we open with Cleveland. Sans Deshaun Watson, as he is down with a shoulder injury for the remainder of the season, requiring surgery. Pittsburgh is on the road at the Cleveland Browns. And I I think Pittsburgh's going to waltz in this game, man. That's a lot of changes. Cleveland was actually playing pretty good, pretty inspired football behind Deshaun Watson, but I don't think they can do it regardless of who is going to step in at their number 1, their number 2, their number 3 quarterback spot. Pittsburgh, on the flip side, is a team that I think a lot of people wrote off at the beginning of the season after they got popped by the 49ers. Since then, they've lost 2 against the upstart Texans on the road, against the Jags, who I do think are a contender in the AFC, but everybody else they have beaten, including a 4-point victory back in week 2 over the same Cleveland team. I like the Steelers on the road.
By the way, I think I'll go with Cleveland here. And I know it's weird because of Cleveland's defense.
I don't hate that.
Because a defense can score some points, and this defense has done that. And as long as the offense doesn't turn the ball over, I think they got a shot. Pittsburgh is not, I mean, they're all right. That's just it. They're just all right.
Myles Garrett is a defensive player of the year candidate. I think if I recall correctly from earlier this week, he has the shortest odds in the NFL to win the defensive player of the year award right now. That being said, Dorian Thompson-Robinson is going to be carrying this Browns offense. Even if the defense scores 14, they might score 17. Give me the Steelers. The Detroit Lions are at home against the Chicago Bears. I don't think we need to spend a ton of time on this. Any chance Chicago can do anything? They do get Justin Fields back this week.
Yeah, that gives them something. I mean,
it gives them a spark.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's still Detroit. Give me the Lions at home. Los Angeles on the road at Green Bay. Nobody cares. Las Vegas is at Miami. Nobody cares other than maybe betting Miami on the spread. Of course, the Vegas Raiders are 5-5. Here's the interesting thing, Zoe. Everybody 500 or above is, as of right now, undefeated against the Miami Dolphins. I think Miami's going to be fine in this one. ESPN gives them a 91% chance of winning this game. The only question to me is, do they cover? But I think Miami's got to pop off at home this weekend after losing to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I can't add anything to that. Miami's going to win this game.
New York's at Washington. Nobody cares. Dallas is at Carolina. Frank Reich taking back play calling duties. I don't think it matters all that much, to be honest with you, because I don't think Thomas Brown was allowed to go outside of the playbook when he was in charge. That being said, Dallas only a 10.5-point favorite. Give me the Cowboys to cover and cover twice in this one.
Wow, there's a glint of hope that Dallas is actually Dallas.
They Dallas all over themselves.
Yeah. That's. I mean, it could happen. It's very unlikely, but there's still the tiny little bit of a possibility.
They emphasize the last syllable of their city's name. Yeah, you got it. There you go. You got it. Listen, you pointed out something last night. Bryce Young has randomly and perhaps inexplicably been added to the injury report for the Carolina Panthers. Now, I believe that he is listed as probable, but by placing him on the injury report, they create a scenario that you and I speculated about earlier in this week.
He's got him a thigh. Yeah.
The old contusion.
You know, sometimes you got an ankle, you got a knee. You don't too often hear someone say they got a thigh.
I got a thigh. And which is fun because he might thigh if he plays the Dallas defense.
It could be. Absolutely could be.
Dude, if Andy Dalton trots out to start this game, here's why he's not going to. All right. Frank Reich we talked about this with Rashad Beard yesterday. Frank Reich took back the play calling, not because he doesn't like Thomas Brown or trust Thomas Brown or any of that. He took the play calling back for one reason. It is because Frank Reich knows, as we all know, at least you know if you know ball like I do, that Frank Reich is now officially on the hot seat. It is not a question. It is a statement. It is not a prediction. It is a spoiler alert. Frank Reich is now back against the wall. And if he is going to go down, he is going to go down, as the legendary Mike Leach once said, swinging his sword. He is taking the responsibility for this offense so that if he gets canned, he can say, I went down fighting. There is no other reason he would take over this offense very randomly after Thomas Brown called plays for just 3 games, which means that if you were Frank Reich, you were throwing the quarterback out there that gives you the best chance to win. Now, Lonzo's going to tell you that's Andy Dalton, and I understand the argument. I am going to tell you it is still Bryce Young. Frank Reich, and this is what scares me. Frank Reich will throw Bryce Young at the feet of the Dallas Cowboy offense for the chance that there is a miracle that they upset the Cowboys and he can walk into Tep's office the next day, hands outstretched like, what up, dog? You can't fire me now, bro. And he's going to sacrifice Bryce Young for that.
See, I see what you're saying, but there's already the injury on the list, and if Bryce goes out there, gets hit, which we know he will, he comes back limping, you immediately take him out of the game. So if he only makes it a series, hey, the future of the franchise looks hurt. I've got to protect him. I put him on the sidelines. I put Andy Dalton in.
If he even gets touched once, I'm making that change. But like I said, when people are, you've been in radio, Lonzo, you know this. When people believe that they are fighting for their job, they do crazy things and they don't really care about hurting other people. Because at the end of the day, you got to look out for number one in the paycheck, right? So if Frank Wright truly does believe that he is back against the wall and fighting for his job here, he doesn't care if BY gets hurt. Because if BY gets hurt, he's done anyway. He's gone. So he will be willing to throw BY into precarious situations to defend his job. Either way, this is my guaranteed NFL lock of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year, of the decade, of the century. Dallas minus 10.5 over the Carolina Panthers. Tennessee's at Jacksonville. This one's at home for the Jags. I think it's a must-win for Jacksonville. If they want to be considered in that group of contenders, they've got to win this game over Tennessee. Arizona is at Houston. This one might be, Zoe, honestly, the best pure game of the weekend. Not the best two teams involved in it. But Arizona got win number 2. They got Kyler Murray back. CJ Stroud for the Texans has orchestrated, 2 game-winning drives in the last 3 contests for the Houston Texans. I'm not saying this game's going to be a banger, but it might, honestly.
I think the football world is starting to discover what some of us already knew, and that's how good CJ Stroud is. And so getting to watch him play. I mean, are you tuning into this game if it's on?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, me too.
Not if it's on. I will be searching this game out. I have been telling you guys for months now, the Panthers should have drafted CJ Stroud. I've been saying it the whole time. The whole time I've been saying he was the right pick. For sure. Tampa's at San Francisco.
Yeah, I ain't biting. I'm just not. I'm just gonna let you sit over there.
Tampa Bay is at San Francisco at 4:05. Sorry, Baker. I think San Francisco is going to win this by about a dozen. The Jets are at the Bills. 3 weeks ago, nothing burger of a game. All of the sudden, the Bills are like, huh?
What if the Jets beat the Bills?
To be real with you, they might. That being said, Robert Saleh has thrown Zach Wilson the old dreaded vote of confidence this week. So
what else? He doesn't exactly have anybody else. So if he wants to do tryouts like Cleveland's doing, maybe.
Hey.
Or maybe he makes a phone call and goes, hey, Josh Dobbs, you want to play for one more team? Come on over here.
Hey, Aaron, how's that PT coming along, buddy? Would you like to get a few live reps in this Sunday? Just a question. Seattle is at the Rams at 4:25. This one is actually interesting to me. Seattle's right there on the cusp of like, are they? Are they not? Could they be?
Do the Rams still play football?
They do.
Yeah,
they do.
They fell off that map.
I mean, they are not contenders at this point. They are 3-6, but they pop off every now and then. Seattle should win this game. If Seattle loses this game, I think we can effectively and officially remove them from the contender status with which we labeled them. I labeled them earlier in the day. And we wrap up with a little Sunday night contest as the Minnesota Vikings are on the road at the all of the sudden respectable 4-5 Denver Broncos, who knocked off just Josh Allen this past weekend with a 24-22 win there. By the way, should have lost the game, but Buffalo can't count.
Yeah, it's pretty important, especially in the NFL. So you're saying Sean Payton hasn't gotten them to finally listen? I mean, when the quarterback is on record now saying that this is good coaching and all that kind of stuff, that, maybe they're on track now finally?
I mean, they are more on track than they were earlier. They have won 3 in a row. They have knocked off the Kansas City Chiefs in that 3 in a row.
They did.
And the Buffalo Bills in that 3 in a row. I mean, they're pointed in the right direction for sure. But then there's the Minnesota Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings have won 5 in a row, including one where Josh Dobbs had to play after being in the franchise for 5 days and didn't know the first name of his offensive lineman, and another one where he knocked off a very good New Orleans Saints defense in his very first start. Minnesota ain't no joke at 6-4. I don't think they're necessarily a top-notch NFC contender, but I'm going to tell you right now, this looks like one of the better Sunday night games we've had in a minute, to be honest with it. Again, it's not 2 Super Bowl caliber teams like Monday night when we get a Super Bowl rematch of Philly and Kansas City, a game that I will talk about Monday. Lonzo won't because he's taking a day off.
Well, I'll be talking about it, just not with you.
Not with me.
Fine people.
Or y'all.
I might text you if you want. You won't read it, but I might throw a text your way.
I read them all. I just respond to like 30% of them. I read them all.
Again,
if you send me a text,
I'm not
you can
much.
rest assured
I'm
I
not
read it.
much better than you are. I'm not. I mean, I think that people understand. Yeah, I saw your text.
Give me Denver at the Hizzle over Minnesota, by the way.
I'm gonna go Minnesota because I can't pick Denver over anybody.
Hey, man, rivalries never die. Ladies and gentlemen, our final break of the day. When we come back, let's lock in some scores for South Carolina, Kentucky. Let's lock in some scores for Clemson, North Carolina. And let's not lock in a score for Carolina, Dallas. That's coming up next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, Joe, who they need to call, though, is Johnny Utah.
Johnny Utah. No love for some Shane Falco.
Oh, you already mentioned Shane Falco.
Oh, there it
but
is.
no, Johnny Utah. Johnny Utah and Shane Falco, 2 different guys.
Paul Wrecking Crew.
I do believe they both played for Ohio State too. So I know Johnny Utah did. He's got a big time theater pop in Ohio when we saw the movie.
Utah.
Yeah, that's been popping up all over the place, Zach, because that's what we said earlier. You can't have an injury and not report it. I don't know what the repercussions are for that. I mean, you get fined or something probably.
I mean, they may very well be able to pawn it off as like, oh, it was a electric stimuli bracelet or something.
Or it was just a style thing for him. Because let's face it, he does some weird stuff. So, I mean,
It's only weird if you don't understand fashion.
And obviously I don't understand fashion. So, I mean. Wow, there are bluey Xboxes now. Okay.
Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Tis the season. Season for what? For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show. Where's that? At their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153. Millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Do we need tickets?
Yes, you can pick your dates and times, even by fast passes at upstatelights.com. We should all go together.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show.
Rob mentioned I won't be here Monday. You guys are going to completely hate my replacement. According to Fightful, AEW has posted a job listing for Vice President of People and Culture.
I'll apply.
I wonder what the
I am people and also cultured.
I wonder what the duties would be as VP of People and Culture.
Listen, welcome aboard. Your first responsibility is stop the Young Bucks from super kicking everybody in the face. I need you to talk to them and explain to them why they can't super kick everybody in the face over and over.
They can, though. I mean, it's yeah.
Dell's Black Friday event is the biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish.
You'll have to tune in Monday to find out, Zach. He'll make you forget about me to the point where you're like, oh, this is what it sounds like with a real co-host. And then I'll come back and say, too bad. You still got me. At least I hope so, because, you know, they could like let people go on their vacation. It's possible.
All right, I'm going to end with this. Last night, I was, and I mean this is not sarcasm, disgusted. Absolutely, downright, in its entirety, disgusted. John Fisher is the owner of the Oakland Athletics. Well, not really. He's now the owner of the Las Vegas Athletics. Now, let me be very clear about my starting position on this. The team belongs to John Fisher. If John Fisher decides that he wants to move the business to Las Vegas, it's his right to do so. Let me also say that just because someone has the right to do something doesn't mean I got to be cool with it. All right? I am not calling for regulation. I am not calling for legislation. I am not calling for litigation. I am saying he has every right to move the team over to Las Vegas. And I am saying that everyone has the right to be disgusted by that decision. But what I was truly disgusted by was the statement from the ownership of the Oakland Athletics by John Fisher predominantly. He put out a statement last night that, as far as I'm concerned, should have immediately gotten him completely destroyed, annihilated on social media. Oh, that's right. It definitely did do that. He put out a statement to the fans, air quoting so hard I sprain a finger. He put out a statement to the fans that started with, I know this is a hard day for our fans in Oakland. And it goes on throughout the course of the rest of the statement to talk about how difficult of a decision this was and how much they totally wanted to stay in Oakland, but they just couldn't. They couldn't find a place. They couldn't find a spot for the stadium. They couldn't get it done, except for, and John Fisher is, and I mean this, full of bleep in every sense of the word. I pushed the bleep button, but I forgot I had my computer monitor. What I meant was, he's full of, from top to bottom, up and down, left and right. Can I tell you, because somebody said to me yesterday afternoon when I was having this conversation with some friends of mine in a text thread, they were like, Rob, what did you want him to say in this statement? And the answer is one of two things. Number one, hey guys, it's my business and I make more money in Las Vegas. Do you understand how much better it would be if you just didn't do this slap in the face, bold face lie crap? You know how much different it would be if you had the stones to go, I'm moving the team because I have money and I would like more of it, please. I'd at least be able to go, well, you're the bad guy from Major League, but at least you're honest, right? You are both the bad guy from Major League and a liar. That's my favorite part. You see, because the city of Oakland actually did approve a new stadium for the A's. It's just that they weren't going to give John Fisher enough money for it because he wanted the free money. He's a multi-billionaire, but he wanted the free money to build a stadium, A. And B, he's just going to make more money out of Vegas altogether. I wish you'd have the stones to say, hey, I know that you folks in Oakland have been a fan of this franchise for almost 70 years. I know that you folks in Oakland have seen generations of fans come through our doors at the Oakland Coliseum. And we appreciate that and we respect that. But when it comes down to it, I want more money. America. I want more dollars, and I will get more dollars in Vegas. And somebody said, wait a minute, Rob, hang on. Vegas is going to be the smallest market in Major League Baseball, and that's true. That is true. But you have to keep in mind, it's not about the market size for Vegas. It's about the travel size, right? New Orleans is a small market in the NFL. Do you know why New Orleans has been as successful as they've been for years? It's not because of the size of the Saints fan base. It's because it is one of the most traveled to destinations. You get the opportunity to go, not only do I go to my team's away game, but I get to go to New Orleans. I get to go to one of the most toured cities in America. Yeah, I'm doing that. That's Vegas. I hate John Fisher and the Oakland Athletics. Despise him. As a person, as a businessman, I can't stand him. And do you know what I said to Cody Decker when we were on the air about 8 weeks ago when it kind of started making the circles amongst baseball folks, connected baseball people, of which Deck is one? Do you know what the first thing I said to him when he said they're moving the team? Rob Brown off the air. He said, Rob Brown, I'm telling you, this team is moving. It's already done. Now they just got to go through the feeling off process so it doesn't make them look like a bunch of butts when they make the vote. Do you know what the first response I had was? Not, oh, I hate this. I hate this for Oakland fans. I hate this for A's fans. I hate that John Fisher is lying to people. I hate he's a disgusting turd of a business owner. No. You know what the first words I said were? Oh, I can't wait for the Braves to play their first series in Vegas because I'm going to Vegas. That's what I said. That's why they're moving to Vegas. It is not because they're going to have a massive cult following in Vegas. No. It is because people are going to travel from around the country. Vegas will not have a home game. The Vegas A's are going to play in front of 50+% away fans every time they play. Oh, and by the way, here's the even more fun part. It's got the cap on it. We're fine. You know what the even more fun part is? The stadium in Vegas won't be ready, Lonzo, until 2027. So in 2024, 25, and 26, do you know where the Vegas A's are playing?
Oakland?
No. in minor league stadiums across the Southwest.
Oh, okay. They're taking it on the road.
They will be the Savannah Bananas of Major League Baseball. They are going to be playing in minor leagues. Imagine this. You're an Oakland A's fan. Your dad was an Oakland A's. Your granddad, your great-grandpappy was a fan of the Oakland A's. For 70 years, they've been fans of the A's. And the A's owner goes, no, we got to go so I can make more money. Actually, he doesn't say that. What he says is, we tried our best, you guys, when you know he's lying. You know he's lying. And they go, but we got to go to Vegas so I can make more money. But by the way, for the next 3 years, when you could have been saying farewell to the A's, no, we're going to go play in the Giants minor league stadium in Tempe, Arizona. You don't even get to come to games to say goodbye. We're not in Oakland anymore. Sorry. Bye-bye. John Fisher, and this is true, you suck.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
I was leaving a pause there for emphasis. I really was. It was. That's what the hesitation was
John
for.
Fisher sucks.
Yeah. All right. The first thing that's Xing today is Snoop Dogg.
So Snoop posted a thing yesterday that said that he is giving up smoking and then asked us to respect his privacy at this time, which fine. I'll respect the privacy of anybody who asks us to respect the privacy unless you do something terrible, in which case, no, you don't get that. Snoop said he gave up smoking, and I could not decide, okay, is this a troll from the most famous pot smoker not named Willie Cheech or Chong in America, or did Snoop have some sort of weird epiphany?
Well, he says his family is behind it.
I mean,
So,
hey, if that's true, it's true. And if that's his decision, I've got his full back.
I think he's reached a level of fame where he doesn't need to have the thing that made him famous anymore. I mean, he also is like a rapper, I guess, and is like had a show and some things, and and can do color for sporting
I'm gonna tell you right
events.
now, one of my favorite things on television the last handful of years was Snoop and Kevin Hart during the Olympics. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my damn life. I love the guy.
The next thing that's Xing is Becky Lynch.
So Becky Lynch is trending not because of any incredible wrestling that she's put on over the past handful of years. She is trending because she was on Celebrity Jeopardy this past week, and she became, and this is true, I looked it up, she became, in the history of Jeopardy,
It's been around for a while, people.
100,000 years, the history of Jeopardy,
They were doing it in the Roman Empire, apparently.
the first contestant ever to answer 0 questions correct. Now, that is not entirely true because she did get Final Jeopardy, but she only got to play Final Jeopardy because they gave her money to play Final Jeopardy because it was for charity, but she was in the negative at the end of the game because she answered 60 questions, 0 of them correctly. It's a real good thing. Bex is a great wrestler.
I'm not going to comment on that part. The last thing that's Xing is Clarissa Thompson.
So she did a pod with the Barstool fellas not too long ago where she said that she is guilty of making up sideline reports while doing the job. I'm going to tell you right now, not a great look. Not a great look, all right? Not that you did it. Don't say it. Don't say it. I don't care what pod you're on. Don't say it, especially not when you're still active in broadcasting, because there's a lot of people who would do that job and would not make it up. In fact, they'd go, hey, Dan Campbell was too busy to talk to me. So back to you, Bob. Hey, that's it for us, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the show. I did because it was. Oh, blew it.
Go say it's up. It's not my fault.
Have a good rest of your weekend. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. I hope your weekend is. We'll see you back here on Monday on the Rob Brown Show. And the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. I just missed the button. That's all. I just missed the button.
Okay, well, I would never do that. So, it really does suck when you have it. You like, oh, I got to hit this right now. And then it's like the mouse moves just a little bit. Catches that in between thing.
All right, dudes and dudettes, we got to do a bunch of stuff today, so I'm going to take off. I hope that.
Wow. Look at that. That's
we have a multiple truck showdown in the parking lot.
Yeah, but think if you had to get out.
I don't want to. Thank you all. You're all amazing, spectacular, incredible, and very attractive people. I appreciate you being here. I will see you on Monday. Lonzo's too good for us next week, so he's leaving. So I'll see you then, producing and engineering and hosting and call screening and being security while Cole Bryson sits right there and just
you just
responds.
gave it up. You gave up who it was.
Only y'all on the stream get it. Goodbye.